We've got Tony Mathis here, of course, the spokesperson for Seth Rogers, and we appreciate you joining us. How are you doing today, Tony?
I'm doing good, Mr. E. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear perfectly. You guys did great with the show with Seth the other day. We were just talking about this earlier. I've never seen a live like that where it was moving so fast, and I think they had it slowed down like the slowest rate as possible. We were modding, and trying to block the trolls and that kind of thing, and it was almost impossible that you couldn't even click on them fast enough. But a huge success. You guys had a great, um, you know, a lot of interest. There's still obviously tens of thousands of people that are still following this case, and so supportive of the effort to bring Sebastian back home. And so you all did great. It was a very interesting interview. But I appreciate you joining us today. And I think that if I understand correctly, what you were interested in discussing was maybe helping to clear out up some timeline issues. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd say that's accurate. First off, Mrs. E, how are you?
Correct, sir.
So, what I'd like to talk about, guys, and I appreciate you giving me the chance to come on and clear some of this up. First thing I can tell your audience is that you guys are here tonight with a group of people that verify, re-verify, as Mr. E said over and over again, try to gain information from a couple or three different sources before they put it out. And unfortunately, I'm not going to get into mentioning creators by name, but unfortunately, we're dealing with other creators that they really don't verify anything, and it's kind of a pattern with some of these creators. And the latest thing that's out there from a couple creators is that there had been an email sent by Seth Rogers that
Put that macaroni salad up.
he was trying to get Sebastian put in a home. I think it started out, September, October, that kind of thing. Even the dates aren't correct. Uh, I heard another rumor that something to the effect of Seth was told that, well, they had given Seth a year to get his home in order. And because he couldn't get his home in order, they were going to do something different with Sebastian. That's kind of like a lot of the other things that have happened there locally. It's just not factual. Um, I'll take you guys back. First off, we're we're familiar with some of these DCS reports that have been talked about over and over again. Um, I think it's important for your audience to know that over the last 2 years, there's been 5 different DCS reports that were filed. Those re- those those reports started in 22.
So did you say 5, Tony?
Correct.
Okay.
Are these all in the Proudfoot home?
Correct.
Okay,
Now,
yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that number before.
so what I can tell you, obviously, we are not allowed to discuss the content of those reports.
Right.
I can tell you that whether they're in one parent's name or the other step parent's name, the allegations are consistently against the step parent. So you can have a DCS report that's filed that may be in the mom's name, but it may be regarding the environment that she is allowing her child to be in. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Welcome in. Wait, what?
Okay. So let's go back to the first of these DCS reports was filed in 22. So fast forward to 23, which would have been, let's say, a year ago at this time. Um, Katie and Chris were actually trying to get Seth to take Sebastian a year before everybody knew that the plan was for him to go to live with Seth. So you look at, I want to say October of 22. Now these dates are rough. They're within a month or so of being accurate.
Okay.
But in October of 22, um, they had tried to get Seth to take Sebastian then. This is not something that a lot of people know. Well,
I have not heard this. No.
what they're talking about when they say that things could not get in order for him to get Sebastian, it had nothing to do with his home. It had to do with the fact that they wanted him to take Sebastian in the fall of 22, and he had tried to get signed up for the online program with Clarksville schools, and there was a waiting list, and he could not get approved. So he had a conversation with Chris and Katie and told them that he really thought that it would be smart for them to continue to let him finish
I
out the
agree,
school
wait,
year
what? It is so
and not move
heartbreaking.
him to another physical school
Poor
in the middle of
Robin.
the year. So that's what happened. He stayed in his, stayed at the school he was at for the remainder of 22 and part of 23. So fast forward to November of 23, we know that there were more DCS reports filed in that month. And we know that on or about the time those DCS reports were filed, Seth Rogers received a call from Chris and Katie that they wanted to put Sebastian in a behavioral center. Basically, you can call it a boys' home. I don't like to call it that. I like to call it a behavioral center.
Okay.
They were having problems with Sebastian at home. They were having problems with Sebastian at school. They were kind of at their wits' end with him. According to Seth, they did not have a lot of patience with him, which is why they had a lot of problems that Seth did not have when he was with Seth. So Seth asked Chris and Katie to send him the name of the organization that they were trying to send him to. They sent him the name. The name of that organization was Bledsoe Youth Academy in Gallatin, Tennessee. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that place.
I don't think I've heard of that.
Okay. So that was in November of 23. Seth does research on that specific center. And according to Seth, there had been 5 or 6 childhood deaths associated with that facility.
Oh, wow.
So when he found that out, he reached out to Chris and Katie again by phone, let them know that under no circumstances was his son going to that facility, and gave them the reason. So they in turn told Seth that if he could find another behavioral facility that he liked better or that he thought was a safer place for Sebastian, they would allow, they would consider that. So the infamous email that people are talking about was simply a forwarded email. I have a copy of it, and I will send it to you guys off the air.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
He reached out to a lady that was a behavioral specialist, and she recommended 4 different centers. And the
Okay.
4 centers were, one was in Missouri, one was in Utah, one was in Wyoming, and then the 4th one was in another state. I can't remember what state it was in.
Okay.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Wait, what? Okay, so guys, just starting out, I just wanted to kind of go over what Tony just said. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on, let me get you guys my actual here. Hello. And so on October or in October of 2022, it seems like all of this started with the DFS reports, or the most recent, the 5 that they talk about in this live here. And before we get started on this, I almost forgot. Mr. and Mrs. E, if you guys could put some prayer hands up or just say some prayers for them. Their son is going into surgery today, excuse me, not today, tomorrow. And so they had asked for everybody to say prayers for them. So please, please, please do. Silver Violet Flame, nice to see you. Seth seems to be afraid to speak up about KP and CP. I feel that they may have some kind of threat over him. I believe that too. I believe that it's very possible that he really doesn't want to stir the pot or rock the boat, however you want to say it, with Chris and Katie, because even as of late, there's been some other developments coming out where they just don't want to ever say that it is them, I guess is the best way to put it. Maybe he just doesn't want to speculate, but it just really seems like there is a lot of guilt associated with naming Chris and Katie as suspects. Hi, Freebird. Nice to see you. Yeah, CP running his mouth live right now. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Guys, I was going to put together a video earlier about the whole flashlight video. I was watching the Mob Crew, and then I watched Dolly because Clue was on there and Cletus was on there, and it just takes it all out of me when I have to watch those because I don't like it. I don't like watching them at all. Good evening. Good evening, Forever Nikki's mom. Yeah, so, oh, on Elevated Truth, so that is the Truth Not Feelings guy with the Care Bear, the mean Care Bear or whatever. He's got, okay, I can stand listening, so I laughed. Oh no. I know, I'll probably have to edit that one for you guys. Oh man, it's so hard because, it's like, they're the last ones that were with Sebastian, or, well, Katie was. And it was Chris's house too, so in that regard, I feel like I do want to listen to what he has to say in ways, but it is very triggering, for lack of a better word, and it's also like really daunting just listening to it because it's a lot of lies, and I hate listening to people trying to lie to me or act like I'm stupid, and then especially that. Uh-oh, I'm sorry. That's Django. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. But yeah, so I mean, honestly, I think it's just a lot. It's a lot. I think they kind of champion the Proud Feet, and that's why I made the Polished Turds video. So I think a lot of that, which I didn't put anything in there really about Elevated Truth, but I know it's like a friend of Clues and things like that. So I just found out about it in Julie's chat. Oh, okay. Awesome, Freebird. Thank you for letting me know. Because, yeah, I wouldn't have known about it. Most of the time, it's like so hard because it's like it's hard to catch up with everything, or it's hard to keep up, rather, with everything. Because there's so much stuff going on. And then now all of a sudden he's coming out, probably, I'm guessing, to maybe defend the flashlight video. And probably defend himself because of all the silly things he said about the flashlight video in the beginning. And Freebird says, I wonder if he's live right now because of them saying the criminal investigation now, allegedly. That is very possible. That's another thing that I think it's probably a lot of things in one. I think it's a lot of things in one. I did hear on another channel that, well, Forever Nikki's mom told me about it. I believe if it was you. I'm so glad you're in blue, Forever Nikki's mom. That's so awesome. But yeah, so I know that, well, Kathy was coming out and saying a lot of stuff about it too. Hey, Margaret. Good to see you. Good to see you, friend. Yeah, I couldn't stay unelevated. Lord help us. I know. I'm telling you, girl. Lord help us is right. Lord help us is right. Of course it is. Silver Violet Flame. Freebird says he's always running interference, in my opinion. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's doing that, and then they're on the defense because they know that people are going to kind of, they're getting exposed for different things. And, but there was someone that came out and was talking about the remains that were found in Tennessee in Anderson County. And they haven't said anything about it yet. I've been really checking on it here and there because it does concern me. Not necessarily because they're being quiet about it, because they probably don't have any results back, but just the area that it's in is questionable. It's out by Knoxville, Tennessee, I believe. And it's just something that's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of scary to think that it could be one of these kids that has gone missing, or so yeah, I'm just praying every day about that one. And of course, because it's somebody else's loved one that we may not know who this person is, you know. Hi, Prickly Pear. Good to see you. She says, I think it's a beef between Truth and CP's truck. I left. I can't stand listening to CP. I know. And then when I play it, I just that's why I kind of try to put the emojis and stuff in there for you guys to make you laugh. Because it's very hard. And it's like, it's hard for me too. When I'm doing the editing, you know what I mean? Because it's like I have to sit there and listen to that negativity. And it puts me in a foul mood. And then I have to check myself because I'm like, don't be in a foul mood now because you're listening to this nonsense. But your head hurts, Margaret. Oh my goodness. I don't blame you. That's how it was earlier, like with listening to Clue and Cletus try to kind of say about like what the video was. They weren't being rude or anything really. It wasn't like, and it wasn't. They were on Dolly, so they weren't like dropping the F-bomb every 5 seconds. So that was kind of nice. I didn't mind listening as bad, but then I was getting frustrated because I was like, "There's no way that camera view is just pointed straight down that street and doesn't catch anything else. It just doesn't make any sense. Just the view of where it is. It's like, why would they point it towards like the trees and stuff on that side? I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's just, and then I watched the mob video, like half of that one, and he did a really good job as usual, of explaining it. So I kind of want to do like a mashup of their opinions on that. So, because I thought that would be really interesting. And also, you guys were requesting, that I watch that video. And so he did a really good job. And he's funny because he was saying like he didn't want to have any drama and stuff. And I'm like, well, if we're doing the Sebastian case, it seems to find us. There's been a lot of weird people that have inserted themselves into the case and things like that. So, and Miss Keto Bite, that is a cute name. It's nice to see you. She says, how you seen the Longwood Garden, or have I seen the Longwood Gardens image from the internet? No, I don't believe I have. Longwood's Gardens. No, I don't think I have. Margaret says, wow, good grief, they're crazy over there. Oh no. I know, and I hope he doesn't start screaming and yelling because I hate listening to that, like, or just being very like pointed and stuff. It's very triggering. I don't like it. Silver Violet Flame says, when he laughs, it really makes my stomach turn. It's so disrespectful. I know. And like just the way he's got a sinister laugh when he wants to. Like he can have, like he has got a couple of different ones that I've noticed, but like when he really wants to, he can sound very like scary and sinister. And I think that's what he wants. I think he wants people to fear him. So then that way he can feel big. And Forever Nikki's mom says, don't forget to show ladies some love by the tapping that like button. Subscribe. Aw, thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. That's another thing I wanted to mention too from last night. Last night's live was so good, you guys. You guys were so amazing. And I was really pleased last night just to have all the love because you guys are just wonderful, wonderful people. And Freebird says, I will leave CP's live to those who can stomach it. It drives me nuts. I'll wait till someone else just dissects it. I know. I will dissect it, I promise. Not because I want to, just because it's part of the case, you know, and I can't leave it out. And like I said, I think he knows that like we do kind of hang on their words when they do come out and speak. They've been quiet for a few months. And so I think it was since May actually was the last time. Maybe he came out and did a couple of little tidbits with people, but nothing like the long interview with Queen Bee. And then of course Katie spoke during that time too. So that was interesting to see what she had to say. Oh, and Prickly Pear says, oh, Chris from the MOB was not happy with. Yeah, I know he's a good guy. Yeah, he's a good guy, and he wasn't happy with the SF. Yeah, I know. And SF, like, I have known him since the Kylie Rodney thing, and then he was nice to me like during the Riley Strain case because he was in Pascal's chat a lot, and like I would ask him things because he was a PI, and so and I knew him because of the Kylie Rodney, but then he didn't end up really finding Kylie, and I know he's kind of in the midst of with the grandpa on that side of the family. I don't know if he's helping, but they're suing Ryan Upchurch because of many different things. That is for a different day if we ever go over that, but yeah, he seems like a really good guy. He seems like he cares, and he's very good at like breaking things down, doing those overlays. It's really impressive, real impressive. And Forever Nikki's mom says Chris and my ass was priceless. I know. I was laughing really hard when he did that. It was good. It was really good. And plus he's like, I'm gonna debunk this in like 10 minutes. And I thought that was funny too. He's like, I'm just gonna debunk this all in 10 minutes. He's like, it won't take me long. So I thought that was funny. And Miss Keto Bite says, do you have an email I can send it to you? Yes, I do. It's going to be my channel name without the apostrophe at gmail.com. So just Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com. Yeah, I would love to see it. And Prickly Pear says, Chris from the mob, I'm sorry, I called him MOB. Chris from the mob was not happy with SF and their misinformation. Chris is a good guy. Yeah, and I mean, I'm sorry, I think I already read that one. But yeah, he is, and he's not happy with the misinformation, because he's trying to put the good stuff out there, and they're like changing it around. They really couldn't, one takeaway that I got from it is that they really couldn't convince Dolly like of what they were trying to convey. So they couldn't really convince him, and it was pretty interesting that they were kind of conceding the point. So like I said, it wasn't bad. And Mally Cat, nice to see you, Mally Cat. Alrighty, let's see. Freebird, I welcome him talking through. He always runs his mouth and gives stuff away. Yeah, and I don't know. It's like ever since he released those 4, it was like it's just been like one thing after another with we're getting new, oops, sorry, I have you guys plugged in over here, getting new videos and things like that. And it's really one of those things where there's so much coming out that it just seems like it's hard to keep up with. I do want to kind of compile some of it for you guys, and I can put it in as videos now. So yes, and oh, thank you, Forever Nikki's mom. I know it's a long one, you guys. I should have probably did like a shorter name. And Freebird says, yes, Chris mob crew called SF. Oh, shit, that's funny. And Chris is so sweet. Yeah, he is. He's really sweet, and he did a really good job. He did a really good job. And so one thing that I thought was really interesting, what he was talking about, and they talked about a little bit too, like Cletus tried to say he kind of exaggerated things, and since Dolly had been there before, he wasn't able to be fooled by it, because he saw the actual lay of the land. We've saw it, like I've seen it a bunch of times when it comes to like JLR and those people who were going through. Silvers did some drive-throughs of the neighborhood and things like that, which I found to be really interesting. But you can't really see, we know that it goes up to a top of a hill. So you can't really see like the lay of the land really until you're there. And so, I mean, I found that to be kind of interesting when it came to the placement of the lights and the ones that are stationary. So apparently they were saying it was a trash truck, and then like I was always thinking they were floodlights from the house because you can kind of see them; they don't move. And then they were trying to say some things about how well. Let me clarify. Clue and Cletus were kind of trying to say things to the effect of that they were like garden lights, and then they were also saying that they were headlights. They were possible headlights from a trash truck, and that when Nick Beers took the video, that he was moving his cell phone around, which made absolutely no sense. I mean, it's almost not worth talking about, but I did want to be able to, instead of just always debunk, I want to show you guys what they're talking about and give them a chance to, you know, say their piece, and then we can kind of go off of debunking them. So I wanted to actually put in both, even though I've never thought it was a trash truck. And then also I was thinking it was floodlights. I mean, definitely a trash truck came through. We know that like somebody called for an Uber. According to Bobby, she told us that, but then also that was confirmed. And so, the Uber's not going to park up the street and wait and then pull out. And, it's that car was sitting there for 3 to 5 minutes. So, oh, Django, what do you got? Go ahead, buddy. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I thought it was interesting. I don't want to give it a whole lot of weight because I have my own things, but in terms of the video that we just watched with Mr. and Mrs. E, so it seems like a lot of trouble started brewing in October of 2022, and that's according to what Tony told us. And it seems like the Proud Feet wanted, sorry, I was sitting on my foot, wanted Seth to take Sebastian. And it was because he was having some issues at the home, which is, I mean, obviously I can see why he would be having issues. I think we all can see why he was having issues, and it's because he was living with people that were constantly getting him in trouble, and like anything that he did, he was in trouble. It was almost like it definitely reminds me of when I was in a DV relationship, and nothing I could do was ever right. It was always wrong. Like no matter if I was doing everything perfectly, and when you're in that situation, you try to do everything perfectly because you don't want anybody to like yell at you or tell you you're not doing good enough or anything. But you come to realize that the more things that you try to do right, the more it's never going to be good enough for them. It's very toxic. It's very, 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 very toxic. And so I believe that that's kind of how Sebastian was living in his home, was in a DV situation where he was, a resident of the home, and then they were picking on him or giving him problems and things like that. And I'm going to put up this other one. I put Joshy up here too because we were talking about the DFS stuff, and he was another one. But I also came with that one because I wrote Sebastian's name when I went to the beach, so I thought that one was pretty cool, and I just added some photos on there. And then Tony goes into talking about 2022, and then into 2023. So it seems to me that this happened kind of over the time period of about a year and 3 months, roughly, that this was happening. And he stayed in school during that period of time. He stayed in their school district. He was still living at home with Chris and Katie. And then in November of 23, there was another DFS report. And Seth called Chris and Katie, or excuse me, Seth got a call from Chris and Katie, and they told him that they wanted to put Sebastian into a behavioral school, and because he was having problems at home and in school. And so, in that regard, I think it's really, really sad, because they're blaming this kiddo and saying that he has behavioral problems. And I just don't believe that he did have those. I don't think that they were as severe as they were making them out to be. And even Seth had said that he thought that they were lacking patience, like they weren't giving him the correct patience and time that he needed. They weren't trying to teach him anything. They were very impatient with him. So instead of trying to work out what his behavioral problems are, and teenagers do get behavioral problems. Even my daughter was like really, really good. And then when she got to be about 16 years old, she was like rebelling and doing things and talking back and being very hateful. And I was like so upset. I was like, where's my kid at? What's going on with her? But it was just one of those situations where she was a teenager, and she didn't want to listen to me. She thought she knew everything. And, I was like, I'll tell your mom, you can't disrespect me, blah, blah, blah. So it just happens like that. But I would never think of sending her away to like a school or anything like that. I mean, yeah, I was frustrated at times, but I don't want to send her away to no school. Either way, so Seth asked Chris and Katie to send him some names of the behavioral schools that they were looking at. And one of them was the Bledsoe Youth Academy. And again, this was in November of 23, right? So when Seth did research on it, he figured out that they were mistreating these kids, that there had been some unalivings that occurred, and children lost their lives at that facility. And Freebird says poor Sebastian couldn't move left or right without getting in trouble. Exactly, he couldn't make a move without getting in trouble, having something taken away. It looks like he was physically harmed. I mean, we know that he was, but as soon as the whole belt admission came out, it was like Chris retracted, and he didn't tell us anymore, and he tried to pretend like it was only one time and all of this. But you can see from like the pictures of Sebastian that he definitely had some injuries right on his face, and so apparently Seth was told, why don't you find someplace then if you don't want him to go to the Bledsoe Youth Academy. And so again, DFS recommends 4 different schools or facilities that he could go to, right? And the sad part is that they were going to send him someplace that he could have possibly not made it out of. And to me, I don't know. I think it's terrible. I think it's absolutely terrible. He lived with monsters, Nikki, or Forever Nikki's mom. Yes, he lived with monsters, in my opinion, too. They were the ones that were harming him. I don't think that he had that experience at school. I've never heard that he was bullied. Everybody, we all have been bullied before. I'm sure all of us have. We've also maybe bullied somebody else before. It's part of life. It's the, how do I put it? The bully becomes the bullied becomes the bully kind of a thing. Something like that. And we kind of were talking about that a little bit last night. However, I think a lot of us that, don't have it in us to be like that mean, right? I mean, I don't know. But like for Chris Proudfoot, my opinion of him is that he likes bullying people that aren't as big as him. So like he likes to bully women. He likes to bully kids. He likes to, kind of have control over all of us, of every situation. He likes to have that control. And so when he feels like he's losing it, then that's when he's going to bully people around and try to scare them into respecting him, or um, you know, yeah, just scare them into respecting him. Um, so let's go ahead and watch this next one, this next part, and then we'll kind of discuss it as well. Did I put that one? Okay, that's the intro. I'm sorry.
So when Seth got that email, the email described in great detail each facility, what they treated, uh, what they specialized in, a little bit about the facility, and it was basically a synopsis of all 4 facilities. So Seth, on December 1st, simply forwarded that email to Chris and Katie. Again, I have a copy of the forwarding email. So they did some research, figured out that those facilities were between $5,000 and $10,000 a month. They decided it wasn't in the cards for the blended family together to be able to pay for that. So that's when they went back to, well, when this school year is over, he's coming to live with you, which would have been in May, which of course Seth said, fantastic.
Right. Okay.
I'm going to go back to Clarksville and I'm going to find out if he is ready to be approved for that online school. Well, in a matter of a week, Seth found out that Sebastian's name had come up, which would have been the second week of December, and that Sebastian had been approved for the online school. Basically, his turn in line had come up. So everything was, was situated there. They quit talking about the behavioral centers or what have you, and just accepted the fact that in May he was going to live with his dad, and it would be his dad that would be dealing with him and any issues he may or may not have. So fast forward to the end of January of 24, there was
Okay.
another DCS report that was filed. We do not have the details of that report because that report was ongoing when Sebastian went missing.
So even Seth has never read this one.
Correct.
And Tony, there's a few questions in chat about this. And if I remember correctly, Seth had to go to an attorney to get these reports in the first place, correct?
The report, yes, all of the reports that I mentioned previously that were not currently open, he had to go to an attorney to get those reports.
Can I just clarify? So that one that happened in January that Seth has not been able to read, is that is the 5th CPS report that we know of?
Correct.
Okay. Wow.
That's insane.
Now, I'm a math guy, but I don't think you have to be a mathematician for this to add up. And I'm certainly not going to come on your show and start getting into accusing anybody, but
No.
get to the point where there's enough DCS reports and it's been made very clear that they don't want to deal with this child. And on February 25th, early February 26th, the boy goes missing.
Wow.
That's incredible. Why didn't one of the questions that popped in my mind just going through when you were giving this timeline? So if he was trying to get him registered for the online school in 2022, but wasn't able to get in because of a waiting list. Why didn't he take him at the beginning of the fall of 2023? Was there? Do you know the reason?
Hadn't been approved yet. They approve them all throughout the year.
So there was even a 2-year backlog on trying to get into that online.
Right.
school.
Tony said the first week of December he was
Yeah.
approved for the online school, and that would have been in 2023.
I see.
It was about 14 months it took him to get approved.
And just to be clear for people in chat, Tony said that the last report that Seth could not get because it's an ongoing report has not been closed.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's why he cannot get it.
Someone else in
That's-
chat was asking about a meeting with all parents at the school on February 10th. Do you know anything about that?
Or he might not be able to speak on it.
Guys, just like I had to gather all the information for you guys on this, I would have to ask that question and gather that information.
Right.
Gotcha.
No, this Yeah, I don't even know what to say.
So I'm going to, just in the spirit of your audience knowing that that all of this is that all of this is fact based, and I've verified all of it. Looked at the emails. The first of those 4 places, and you guys can write this down. First of the 4 recommendations was a place called Masters Ranch Academy. That's the Missouri one.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Masters Ranch. Okay.
New Hope Christian Academy was in Texas. Oasis Boys Ranch is in Wyoming. And the one that you guys are probably familiar that there's been conversation about was the 4th one, which is Stillwater Academy in Utah. And that's where a lot of the Tennessee boys go that have these types of issues.
Okay. I'm making notes. Sorry, Tony.
And
No,
at the bottom of the email, the lady said all of these locations have openings. And this email was from Tara Akers, who was the Assistant Director, Information Services for Residential Schools and Programs.
Wow, that is really eye-opening.
But I would tell your audience that if you are going to pick creators to listen to, before you take something and run with it, look at their track record. And you've got some of these creators that have got things wrong over and over and over again. And it doesn't fit their narrative that it was Chris and Katie that wanted him in a behavioral center. Seth did not control that decision because he was not the majority custodial parent. They were
Right.
nice enough to give him some input, but he also wanted a center that would counsel him for some of the things he had been through when he was younger. And I think we all know what I'm alluding to.
Sure. And should. I mean that's that is the chat. We're just kind of looking here what people are really heartbroken at this news.
Well,
is kind of the
and it's my understanding.
consensus.
I want to ask Tony just to clarify this because I'm seeing people say, "Why didn't Seth do anything if he knew he knew about the 5 CPS reports?" But it's my understanding he didn't know, right?
He didn't know about any of them.
That's outrageous. That's outrageous.
They never notified him. When he got the DCS reports, he didn't just get the ones from November. He got all of them.
I mean, that.
It was his custody shared custody.
I don't know what they call it in Tennessee. In Oklahoma, it would be joint custody, but it was a weighted joint custody, right? I mean, he only had him every other weekend.
Right.
Gotcha.
Okay, guys, so I was just making a couple of little notes. So it's definitely heartbreaking. And Reba, welcome. Reba Thompson says KP stated in her first interview that Sebastian was on medication. My question is, did LE check out Sebastian's medicine to see if the right amount was in the medicine bottle? And that is a great question. That would really indicate whether or not he was taking it as prescribed or if he was given more than he was needed or if he was skipping doses. That is a great question. I would love to know that. Forever Nikki's mom said, not that I have heard, and I haven't heard anything about that either. Um, there's so many things that they could have done had they really looked at this from different avenues. So what I mean by that is like if they would have said, okay, if he ran away, look, make these, these different scenarios that could have happened. For one, did he run away? Because that happens. I mean, kids run away. Did did something bad happen? Was he taken out of the home or did he leave with someone from the internet? I mean, all these different options, but they never did that. And they never said they suspected foul play, ever. Sheriff Craddock always said that he would never want anybody to be in their shoes, that he can't imagine how they feel. And to me, that's just out. It's just still outrageous to me, even after all this time and knowing what happened. Reba says, the reason I ask is because of the thud KP said she heard. Yeah, absolutely. And then she didn't even, she called it a noise, first of all. She told Smiley that it was just a noise in his room and that it's not uncommon to hear him making noises in his room and things like that. And so because he's a teenage boy, she didn't want to disturb him. But, you can always be respectful of your teenagers and knock on the door and just say, hey, bud, are you okay? Whatever it is. But I really feel like if she would have checked on him, then but then again, I don't know if I can even believe her story. I mean, that's the hardest part, right? Is because we don't know if we can trust her and what she says because she keeps changing it around, and then she tells Nancy it's a thud, and Nancy's like, a thud, and everyone's like, a thud. Wait a minute, So that was kind of definitely strange. And Forever Nikki's mom says, Reba, that is something I've wondered too. I researched that new medication and it's possible in my opinion. Yeah, like any medications that you just start, you never know. Like I think we're all different and medications affect us differently. And so what maybe one person could take as a dose would be way too much for another. They typically, I mean, without being a medical professional, obviously this is my opinion, but I think they base it on weight and height. So that way they don't give you too much. And so, yeah, it's interesting. The medication has always been something that I've wondered about because, as I said before, I know that Katie said he was diagnosed with hyperactive ADD, hyperactive disorder and things like that. And so in that case, there's just a few different medications for that. I don't know about the newer one though, Forever Nikki's mom. But I do know that kids are hyper, boys are hyper. And so I'm wondering if it was just something, because I know he wasn't taking medicine for autism because they don't have medications for autism. They treat it with therapies. And so I always knew that was kind of strange. And then I know that Seth had mentioned how he did take a sleep aid at Katie's house and that he would prefer to give Sebastian an herbal tea to kind of calm him down. And, I think a lot of it has to do with having a bedtime routine. Every single child, they need a bedtime routine, right? Whether it's bath time, story time, and then bed, or whether they have their little snack for dessert, and then maybe they shower in the morning when they get older, and things like that. But I don't know. She never even mentioned that he had a shower that day. So, Yeah. So what they were talking about just in Mr. E. So it was very, very expensive, and I know that. Oh, I have to renew my membership with Terry Lynn. It just let me know, and so either way. Sorry about that guy. Guys, that was like me, like squirrel. And so it was really, really costly for them to put Sebastian in a behavioral school. And so it was something that they collectively decided that it was very costly and that it might not be the best option. So he was going to stay in school, and then in May, this last May was when he was supposed to go live with Seth. And I know that a lot of us know that, but he did need to be approved for a school in Clarksville or a specific online program. And Seth did have to um, have his attorney retrieve these reports from CPS, or DFS as they call it there. He had to get an attorney to get these reports. So according to Tony, he had no idea about the 5 reports, and he just obtained them after Sebastian had gone missing. And then whenever he requested those reports, they gave him all of them. And I can't imagine how he had to have felt. They did talk about the custody arrangement, and so I think it was, oh, okay, risperidone. Okay, okay. I'll have to look that up, and I'll kind of read a little bit about it. Thank you so much, Forever Nikki's mom, for sending that over. But yeah, so basically, I mean, he gets these reports and he finds out that for a year and 3 months, Sebastian was being ABUSE'd in his own home, and no one notified him. And he, according to Seth, and he's always maintained that he had 50-50 custody. And so I don't know why they would not phone him. And I mean, even with little Joshy, we heard about um, how there were multiple reports on his mother in the home, the conditions. They were very aware. And so I would think with 5 reports, they would be very aware of what Sebastian was dealing with. However, they left him in there. And the final report that came out in January of 2024, that one is still open. That's the one that, we kind of knew about since it was still open. But again, they failed to notify Seth. So I remember when he came out and he told the news that he had to hear about what was going on with his stepfather using the belt as a form of discipline. And he had to hear that on a podcast. And again, I just can't imagine having to deal with that. That is awful. And then you have people like pointing the microphone in your face, like, how does that make you feel? Well, probably made him feel like he wanted to go over there and handle Mr. Chris. But either way, Margaret, she says, girl, I need to do that the first of the month. I know, right? I was like, I just got a little notification that popped down. I was like, uh-oh. Like, I better get it going. And Forever Nikki's mom said, I sent the email about the meds. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for doing that, because I was like, I'm not sure what's the new one. I know there's the Riddle in that that kids would take, back in the day. And then there's also like Adder all, right? They take that too. And if you don't need it, like speeds you up super fast, but then if you do need it, it like slows you down, but a lot of times the kids will end up like, zombified from these medications. And I think that maybe if they had a little bit more care and patience and love, it would be a little bit different. I'm not saying that these medical diagnoses are like not true, because obviously they are. A doctor came up with it. I'm not a doctor. But I really think that sometimes they diagnose these kids like that, so they just like sedated in class. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I'm not big on prescription drugs or things like that. I don't even really take like aspirin unless I really have to, or Tylenol. Like if I'm in really bad shape, I will. But And Margaret says they put my daughter on that med and had to take her off because she had a bad reaction to it. Yeah, and that's what's hard. Like, it's very hard. And Forever Nikki's mom says it's a nasty rug for someone his age to even be put on. See, and that's how I feel too. I'm glad that parents feel that way, because I think a lot of times, and especially for girls, Margaret, you're right. Like, a lot of times they won't be diagnosed until later. Same thing with autism. It's I don't know the exact statistic. I can't say that statistic, but it's it's a staggering amount of girls that are not diagnosed with autism until like later in their life. So they're not getting the proper therapies that they need, and it's really sad because they overlook it, and a lot of times it is mixed up with, and I think some of the symptoms may be similar with ADHD or hyperactive disorder, attention deficit disorder, and so yeah, it's sad for these kids, because if they have a bad reaction, and then it seems like doctors want to, if you have a bad reaction to one, they want to put you on another one. You know, like, oh, try this one, and then it's just like, yeah, it doesn't really help, in my opinion. But so they gave him these 4 different places, right? So, and then, oh, one more thing I wanted to mention before we go into the schools. So let's see. There was a parent-teacher conference allegedly that occurred in the beginning of February, and Mr. and Mrs. E were asking about that, or maybe it was Aunt E, but they were asking about that, and they were saying basically, is it true that there was this conference? Because if so, then if Chris was in attendance to the conference, then that would make what he said about being gone since the beginning of February kind of untrue, because you're getting, the second week of February, you're kind of getting into the middle of February. So, and they never mentioned that either. They just told Nancy Grace that they can't disclose that information, and things like that. Oh, hey Tony, good to see you. Finally made it home from the ice storm. Oh, you're having an ice storm? Oh gosh, 22 miles on ice. Granny speed of 20 miles per hour. We are going over Tony, just the Mr. and Mrs. E's interview when they're talking about the CPS reports. And I hope you were careful out there. I know I'm the same way. You should see me when I'm driving like that. I can ice, snow, any of it. I'm like, and then at night, forget about it. I'm like, I can't see anything. But yeah, it's the ice storms. We had them in Missouri, and it was like really scary because you can't really see the ice. And I was kind of used to it from Chicago. Like, you'd have like the black ice that you couldn't really tell once it kind of froze over a bunch. But the ice storms, they could knock the power out for a couple of days. One time before I moved there, they had like, it was like 2 weeks. Some people were out of power, which sounds brutal. Yes, we're glad you made it home safe. Yes. And so, yeah, basically with this parent-teacher conference, Tony, I was talking about that too. We're not sure if he was there. Now, it is alleged that he was there, and it is alleged that Chris and Katie were blaming Seth for every single problem. And as we heard just now, Tony said he confirms that Sebastian was there every other weekend, like a regular kind of co-parenting schedule for dads. Some dads will have like a couple of days during the week too. I know that, which I'm sure Sebastian greatly needed, because that was his, it seems like that was his escape, other than video games, which he was always getting those taken away from him and stuff like that. But it's like one of those things where it's just so sad. It's just so sad when I think about it. Seth being blamed, Sebastian being blamed, and Chris and Katie, of course, never wanting to take responsibility for the things that they've done or their part in the co-parenting situation. because in my opinion, it was up to all three of them, but it was up to Katie to relay that information. Chris wasn't married to Katie. Chris doesn't have a baby with Katie or a child with Katie. So I can't fault Chris for that. That was on Katie, and she needed to step up and be an adult and communicate with the person that she chose to have a child with. Yeah, Tony, they were so mean to him, in my opinion, too. Just always giving him a hard time and always having him walk on eggshells. It's just awful. And so they decided that they were going to look into these 4 different schools. And one thing that I find that's very odd, like, I wouldn't want my kiddo living in a different state than me. That would give me a lot of anxiety. I mean, it does now, but she's an adult, right? So it's like I have to let her do her thing. I keep enticing her though, because like every time I go to the beach, I'm like, look at the beach. So I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not trying to get her down here, but I'm just saying that when they're older, it's different. But when they're younger like that, you don't want them away from you like that far. I wouldn't. And so one of them was in Missouri, and when I drove from Missouri to or through, I didn't drive to, but I drove through it, Tennessee. It was quite a drive, so if something was to happen, and there's not really like direct flights, like a lot of times from the Missouri airport, the Branson one or the Springfield location. I'm not as familiar with like the St. Louis one, but you have to go like all the way to Georgia and then go, like if I was to take a plane to Chicago, I'd probably be better off driving, because you'd have like a layover, and then you'd have to go, you go like in an opposite direction, because you still have to go to Atlanta and then back to Illinois. So it's just, even a flight is tough to get. I'm not as familiar with Tennessee, but either way, it's kind of far. That one was Masters Ranch in Missouri. Then you got the New Hope Christian in Texas, and again, it's still quite a ways. And then there was the Stillwater Academy in Utah and Oasis Boys Ranch. And all of these sound like kind of creepy, like the ones that Dr. Phil will send kids to when they're being bad, like that one girl that was like the catch me outside girl. We saw that with her, and she came out saying that she was ABUSC'd over there too, and that it was a horrible experience for her. And I mean, even if kids have behavioral problems, they still don't deserve to be put in a situation where they're going to be traumatized or hurt. And the E family, Tony, is Mr. and Mrs. E. It's called Mr. and Mrs. E's Crime Cast, and they do a really good job. I enjoy watching them. They're really funny. It's like they are like a little family deal, and even their son, Middle E, he helps out, and then Aunt E also helps out. And so, but they've done a lot on the Sebastian Rogers case. They mainly, I don't know that they've done any other missing child cases. I know that they show the flyers and things of the different kids who are missing, but yeah, it's a good podcast. I like it. And they had Tony on, and Tony was talking about Tony Mathis about just basically why there was the CPS reports, what the timeline was kind of, and then he gave us all the names of them and things like that. So these 4 schools were recommended by a gal named Tara Akers, and she was the residential schools coordinator or department, where she would recommend these 4 schools. And like I said, Utah's far from Tennessee, and the Oasis Ranch was far from Tennessee. I mean, they were all not close to home. I mean, and I can't imagine especially for a child that has autism, that he would do well so far from home also. Since children with autism really value their routine, I just feel like it would be a little devastating for him, even though he was in a horrible situation. I think he would have been much better off staying with Seth. And as we were talking about last night, the state needs to give these parents better resources. They can't just be like, oh, it's not good enough, because obviously they didn't have a place to put Sebastian, or they would have taken him out of the home. And so in that regard, I think they need to find better solutions and have better access to programs and resources for these parents who are struggling. Seth being a single parent, so on and so forth. Now, Seth was very concerned about about the essay that occurred in California, and we spoke a little bit about that last night. And he really wanted him to get into a good counselor, and he wasn't happy with the help that he was receiving. And from my own personal experience with finding different counselors and therapy and everything like that, I really feel like it's really very important to like who you're going to trust them, to know that they are actually listening to you, because I've had people that were kind of in their own little world and they were not listening to me, which is fine. That's fine. But again, I wanted somebody that was going to help me through it and give me good resources. So if they're not listening to what I'm saying to them, they're not going to be giving good resources. And that might have been something that Sebastian was dealing with at that time, or Seth was dealing with, finding him someone that was a good fit for what he needed. And it sounds to me like that was the case. Like he just wasn't pleased with the resources that he was using with Sebastian. So, yeah. And then again, he didn't know what was going on. He didn't really know what was happening. And we talked a little bit about it last night, because someone came into the chat and said that they had heard that Sebastian was being inappropriate. And that is a very common thing for people in general who have gone through SA. They sometimes they will do everything they can to make themselves unattractive so it won't happen again, all the way to acting out. And when Chris, and I did link that video in last night's live in the description. Also, Gracie's gavel, I put her in there too. Hey, Sandy, how are ya? Good to see you. It's okay. Don't be sorry ever. And so, yeah, so with that being said, I just feel like there was a lot of stuff going on where they could have gotten him that help, right? And then also with Chris exposing him to songs that say that he should play with private parts, and thought it was funny. That really sends someone who has had that type of ABUSC the wrong message, especially a child who's trying to cope with it and to heal from it. It's detrimental. And I believe, in my opinion, that Chris knew that and he was doing it on purpose, because he's just that kind of guy. And Tony says Silver said he may have some evidence and turn it into Sumner County, but he won't release what it is yet. Oh, wow. Okay. Doesn't want to mess up the investigation, and did send an email checking if they did. Oh, that's awesome. He's great. He's wonderful. He and his wife are so sweet, and they went and helped Terry Lynn. Yeah, anything with it yet? No, I know, Tony. That's a good thing, though. I'm so glad, because that is what's really, really important. Yes, we did, Sandy. We missed you. Yes, we did. And that's what's really, it's really, really important to I don't know, just it's important to keep things but behind or close to the vest, I should say, even if we're not a police officer, we find something out there as a YouTuber, I think it's a personal responsibility to keep these things under wraps and not just like put it out there. Like if you know information or somebody tells you something, I think it's something that you might want to tell like a trusted friend or somebody that you know will not say anything. But then also, I don't think we should be blasting it all over the internet, because I mean, how would that make Seth feel? And all that kind of stuff. So I think that's great. And then another thing is too, is if you have a certain piece of evidence that only the person who is involved would know about, you can tip them off. And that's not good either. So it's very serious, going out there and searching for these things. It's very, very serious. And it's not to be taken lightly. And Tony says, can I say another creator on here? Sorry if I can't. You can delete it. Oh yeah, that's fine. I mean, as long as we don't like say anything bad, but if you just want to mention their channel, I don't mind that. I mean, it's just exposing their channel or whatever, or giving them, exposure. So I don't see why not. I try not to be too disrespectful to any of the other creators, because it is hard work. It's not easy, and then also these cases can be really, really sad, and they can take a toll, especially like some of the things that are coming out lately is just crazy. And Janine Simmons, nice to see you. Welcome back, hon. And Sandy says, I believe the rule is not to mention. Oh, it is? Okay. Sandy, that's why you're my mod, because I have no idea. I'm like, sure, why not? I mean, as long as we don't say anything, bad. I don't know. If they mentioned me before and I was happy. I was like, oh, good, they like my video. But maybe that's because I'm a new creator and I didn't know, Oh, no worries. Freebird said she's eating dinner. Yeah, talking to your husband. Aw, that's so cute. And don't be sorry. Aw. I didn't even read what you wrote, Tony. I guess I have to go back up in the chat. Oh, no. I'm still learning if you could use initials maybe is better. Oh, okay. Yeah. 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 That's a good idea. Earlier I called someone. I spelled their name out, but it was I'm glad you said that, though. I need to be more cautious of that, and because I don't want to get people upset with me. Per GMA, she's the OG of the mods. I know. Hey, Judas, too. She's really, really good. Yes, BHB told me about you. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's so nice. That is so nice. See what I mean? I've whenever they mentioned you, I was really happy. I was like, that's cool. They saw my video. I didn't think any of them were watching it. Guess I am meeting you in the chats. Yes, yes. She mentioned S on the scenes. Oh, okay, that's all right. I just started talking about it too. Okay, I did read that comment. Yeah, that's I was making fun of myself last night because I said I'm going to have a Ron Burgundy moment one of these times, and I'm going to read somebody's chat and put it up there, and it's going to say something bad, and oh no, you won't get me in trouble. I don't think I think it'll be okay as long as we weren't saying anything too bad. It should be all right. But I know, yeah, I do have to be more cautious of that too. I try to use words like grape and rug and red rum and stuff like that, because that way it's more YouTube friendly. And Janine says, thank you. I absolutely love being here. You're such a breath of fresh air, girl. Aw, thank you so much for saying that. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you. Aw, thank you, Freebird. You guys are amazing. Aw. Yes, ma'am. Aw. So I wanted to go ahead and I'll play this other clip for you. I'm so excited that I can play clips now, guys. I kind of learned how to do it. Today I was hurrying up and trying to download them really quick before, because I wanted to do the other ones, but I didn't have a chance to finish it. It's probably going to take me a little longer than I want to, but okay. So this is
as long as his rights weren't terminated, he should have had the ability to. I would I know because I worked in a school system for 27 years, and we had to notify any parent that still had rights to the child. Anytime we had to call CPS and CPS came out, once the investigation was started, we were required to do that. So I'm wondering why CPS did not contact the other parent.
Well,
That's strange.
Auntie, I would tell you that from the legal counsel that we have spoke to, they had a very straightforward legal responsibility to notify him. And I would say that you can't do much about this until we figure out what the damages are.
Right.
But I think that this situation is far from over.
Oh, so
Yeah.
they did have a legal responsibility to notify him. That is
They
what.
did.
Oh.
Okay, I wasn't. I had not.
I
ever
would have
looked into
been
that.
surprised had they not been responsible, because I know that's not something you can drop the ball on.
I see. I guess Clutch the Pearls was on while we were on. He just says, "I'm sitting 1,300 people. Laugh out loud." I was wondering what was going on here. Our numbers just like went through the roof, and I guess he's hopping over here to hear you guys.
Tell Justin I said hello.
I think he can hear
yes,
you.
I'm sure he can hear you. But
Thank you, Justin.
what
We
I might
appreciate you.
do then is just kind of do a brief recap, Tony, if you don't mind, real quick about what you told us, and actually maybe you can correct me in case my notes are off. What Tony is
You
doing.
need my notes?
Yeah, if I need them legible, I'll grab yours. But yeah, so Tony basically came over here tonight to clear up some timeline issues. I guess there had been a rumor out there about Seth, and so he wanted to just give the full information. Talk to Seth today, and back in October of 2022, Seth and the Proudfoots had all had a discussion about having Sebastian enter an online program in Clarksville and living with Seth. There was a waiting list, so he couldn't get on that year. So they finished up that school year. The following summer comes. Once we get into the fall of 2023, he still can't get into that online school in Clarksville. The waiting list is still full. So he enters high school, of course. They start having trouble at school, behavioral issues. And then sometime around November of 2023,
CPS reports or DCS reports.
Oh yeah. So actually, during this time of 2022 through 2024, or January of 2024, there were a total of 5 different CPS reports made, all separate incidents, all mostly involving, it seems, the
The fifth one's still open.
The fifth one is still open, but they all are directed, or they all involve the step parent in the home. Is the
Predominantly, right?
Predominantly, although Katie seems to be named possibly in a couple of these, but more as
allowing.
But the step right, allowing the situation to occur. So they are having trouble with Sebastian, I guess, at some point, and then around November of 2023, they start having discussions about putting Sebastian in a behavioral school, one locally in Gallatin called Bledsoe Youth Academy. Seth does some research on it. It turns out they've had a lot of, I guess, children pass away under their care, and so he didn't want to approve that. He reached out to a lady named Tara, who works with this kind of thing, found 4 other really good schools around the country. Those cost between $5,000 to $10,000 per month. So of course that's, $60,000 to $120,000 a year. So that was not feasible, for the budget at that point, I guess. And then he gets approved, I guess, sometime in that winter, before he went missing, to get into the Clarksville school. So then the plan becomes for Sebastian to go live with Seth in May, which we all knew this part of it, that was the arrangement. But then another CPS report comes in January, and we still don't know what's in that report. And neither does Seth, neither does Tony. No one knows, because it's an open investigation. And then Sebastian goes missing in February. So there's your timeline. Tony, am I misspeaking on any of that you could tell?
No, and when I spoke to Mr. Rogers, he said that the ongoing one was either at the end of January 24 or the very beginning of February, within that few days there.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Hmm.
So I assume police have seen it, correct? They'd be able to see it. Investigators.
I would venture to say that they know everything that I'm sharing with you.
Sure. And they probably, even the open one, that wouldn't be off limits for them. They'd be able to
No.
subpoena that, I would think.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's, I mean, that's, it's, people are so, I know you can't see the chat because you're driving. People are just really devastated and heartbroken. They're angry at CPS. That's essentially, that's what everyone's kind of saying. It's jaw dropping.
Yeah, that's the response. for sure.
Unfortunately, we knew some little bits and parts of this, but it does kind of make sense. The timeline starts to make some sense, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had a conversation offline with you and Mrs. E regarding the John Benet Ramsey miniseries that my wife and I watched,
Yes.
and there was an older. They called him the Sherlock Holmes of these types of cases. I think his first name was Lute. But he made a statement when he was talking about the case that so many times people make these cases more difficult than what they are. And I looked at Dana and I said, boy, that one hits home. And,
Mm-hmm.
you start to get to the point where, 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals 8.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, this is, I mean, if, I mean, this is where they should be looking. I mean, it's the first place they need to be looking is right here. If you're ignoring all of this, then you're not, you're not, it's willful ignorance or you're incompetent. And I can't imagine that it's either. I'm sure they are looking at all of this. You know me. I've got the rare opinion or the minority opinion that that law enforcement, this is not a big corruption cover up issue. I've always believed that they are doing a real investigation. It's just a difficult one, and that it's painstaking and it's piece by piece.
They're being careful.
They're
Well,
being cautious and careful.
and
That's been my belief, and I think they've got to be looking here. I don't know how they're
well,
not.
and Mr. E, that I've always shared that opinion with you.
Right?
Uh,
Yes, you said
Yes, he
that.
has.
And so, what I like to look at a lot of different things and say, well, what if this happened? What if that happened? I like to use a lot of analogies, but if you and Mrs. E had 4 or 5 domestic violence situations at your home, and they came out, and every time they came out, you were the bad guy. You were doing things that you shouldn't be doing. She was claiming that she was scared. You did this, you did that 4 or 5 times over a couple of years. And then all of a sudden you wake up one day and Mrs. E is missing. I mean, where would the world be looking?
Sure, of course. You'd have to check me out first. I mean, you would have to expect it. Um, you'd have to clear. You'd have to clear me first. If they didn't, they would not be doing their job. So and it doesn't mean that there's any guilt necessarily with these people, but it definitely needs to be the first place they're looking. And until they can clear that, then they don't really need to spend any time looking anywhere else. There's too many red flags.
And
It's
one
got to be
thing
where
that
they are
you-
looking.
Yeah, so wow, that was I think the biggest takeaway from that, I know it was kind of a little bit repetitive, but I think the biggest one that I took away was that whenever the school does report a parent, they do need to notify the other parent. Um, and I guess that was something that Mrs. Excuse me, Aunt E had dealt with when she was working for the school system. So they're required to do so, but they didn't. And then Also, there was some confirmation in there that CP was committing some DV on KP, right? Because apparently, and I don't know if it was a situation where Sebastian went to school and was like, my mom is being hurt by my stepdad, or what transpired. However, it does sound like Tony was definitely pointing in that direction. And Scranton Strangler, thank you. I love that name. That is great. I love The Office. I love The Office. And then, Sandy, you had me cracking up. Yes, I finally learned how to do it. I was like, all right. You could do like 10-minute clips, which is pretty neat. So I just have to make sure I break my videos down a little bit differently, and then I can just kind of upload them as I go. But yeah, it is pretty cool. I'm really excited. I had someone last night, and Tony says, did someone mention, oh no, okay, yes. And Janine Simmons says, didn't LE search for evidence in the backyard? I never heard if they found anything, or did they not speak on what they have found? They haven't spoke on it. I know they were in the backyard and they were looking around back there, but I don't know if they found anything. And it just seems that Chief Craddock is keeping everything, Sheriff Craddock is keeping everything very close to the vest. He doesn't want to share any information, unfortunately. And then I went ahead and looked up, guys, that medication that Sebastian was on, and my oh my, it can treat schizophrenia, bipolar, and irritability caused by autism. I mean, without knowing Sebastian, I obviously can't how do I say it? Without knowing him, I can't say that this isn't the case, but I just don't feel like, from what we know and everything and what Seth has said, that he was suffering from any of those disorders, just kind of knowing a little bit about them. Yeah, I think rather than him having like a mood disorder like bipolar, I think it was more or less the environment that he was living in. And that's my opinion. And Sandy says, this is the thing that has driven Sebastian's army crazy for the past 10 months. No communication from Ellie. Yeah, Sandy, that's for sure. It definitely drives me bananas. And also just thinking about how, Seth wasn't being updated. He did come out, I think it was the Sunday after Sebastian's birthday. So it would have been like December 8th, I believe they came out. Or Seth came out and said that he had a little bit of renewed faith in them taking things seriously and searching for Sebastian. And he hadn't said that. I mean, he kind of felt that way in the beginning, the very, very beginning, but then after a while, he wasn't getting the updates. Yeah, with the exception of clearing everything. Yeah. Tony says, I believe he tried to choke him. I know, Tony. Oh my goodness. In my opinion as well. You don't get marks like on your neck here like this. You don't get them there. You're not going to fall on your neck, because you're going to break your fall with your hands. So anytime I see like bruising on someone's neck, it's like, someone did that to them. You don't do that kind of stuff to yourself. I mean, it's impossible. It's not possible. Janine Simmons says, Sandy, yes, ma'am. Well, you're absolutely right. I have been following this from the beginning. Yes, it is. It's something that people are very, very frustrated with. It just would be nice to get some camera footage and see, it was nice to get the camera footage, but now, of course, people are misconstruing it and interpreting it the way they want to. So I guess maybe that might be one big reason why They're not, but I don't feel like they have a whole lot of evidence either, is kind of what I'm feeling. Like, I feel like they do have evidence that we don't know about, but I don't think that there is an overabundance of evidence. That's just my opinion. And I could be wrong. And Tony says, if I talk too much, just tell me and take a break. No, Tony, you're no way. No timeout chair for you. We have to reserve those for trolls if they come in. Sandy says, thank you. And Freebird says, the interesting thing is Seth is the only one who has allegedly said, I don't care if I am suspect, just find my son. Yeah, while others are saying allegedly stop looking at my family. That is so true. Kathy Power Sox has come out with a lot of real doozies of texts and things like that lately. She's on the warpath. Mama Bower Sox is on the warpath, in my opinion. It's like, good Lord. When they say I don't look at my family, I want to look more, in my opinion. Yes, absolutely. And then, oh, hey, Dreaming. Hey. So the thing is that with Chris and Katie, they kept saying they were cleared, though. They're like, oh, yeah, we're cleared. There's no foul play. We've been vetted. Da-da-da-da-da. Seth never said that. He was completely honest. He was like, I have not been vetted. No. And I'm still a suspect. And I think suspect and person of interest is used pretty synonymously in true crime and in the terminology that they use. And so, I mean, they've made it seem like they're all persons of interest and suspect. Wait, what did he say about ignorance? Oh, is it something Chris was doing? Oh boy. Based on all the information, or Scranton Strangler says, based on all the information about the multiple DFS reports, how can LE not suspect that this could be criminal? Blows my mind. Yeah, me too. Because there's absolutely no reason for them to brush this off. I mean, they really need to pull them in and haul them in for questioning and haul them in for the ABUSE and possible, even possibly endangerment of a child and neglect. I mean, if they have all of this evidence of him having these bruises and things like that, I don't see how they could possibly let those people walk around. And maybe they're trying to get, they have bigger fish to fry with them. But in the same way, they still need to bring him in. I believe that. Dreaming. So good to see you. Yeah, it's just terrible. And then I'm going to go over these meds, or this medication. It's risperidone, and this is all like Google, guys. I'm not a medical professional. I'm just Lady Freedom. And it says, like, in the overview, it can treat the schizophrenia, the bipolar, irritability caused by autism. I just feel like it's a weird claim that you can help the irritability of another person due to their autism. I've never heard of that before. I think that's really kind of crackpot, in my opinion. And I'm nobody, like, I didn't go to medical school or anything, but I just feel like it's one of those things where we all experience irritability, right? I mean, obviously, individuals with autism, they do have that. And because as we watched in the video that Freebird sent over and we played, just all of the overstimulation can cause them to have a meltdown because it's too much. And that, obviously they're irritated at that point. And but I don't see how giving somebody like meds can help that. And that's just my opinion. Some of the side effects of this are the diarrhea, vomiting, acquired dystonia, cough, headache disorder, So it causes another disorder. That's great. It's always great when we read that, right? I hate that. And symptoms of anxiety. So it causes more anxiety. So, tell me how this is supposed to help the irritability caused by autism when it causes symptoms of anxiety, which is irritability, you know, fear, overthinking, worrying, all the stuff that comes with anxiety, right? And then nausea. So it's going to make them sick. That's terrible. That's some heavy duty stuff. Let's see how it works. It says treatments, we read that. It works by balancing the levels of dopamine and serotonin in your brain. See, I hate that. I already don't like it because it's changing your brain chemistry. And yeah, nope. It's a big no for me. Substances that can help regulate mood, behaviors, and thoughts. It belongs to the group of medications called antipsychotics. Antipsychotics. So they had Sebastian on a medication that people who are psychotic take this medication. I'm gonna ask my daughter about this and see if she's familiar with it and see what she thinks. Wow, that's some heavy duty stuff right there. I can't even believe that. That is completely awful. Oh, appetite changes. Okay, so it said one more side effect and I clicked the little button. And right at the bottom it says appetite changes. So in Smiley Story's interview, Chris and Katie said that the medicine did mess with his appetite. Katie says it would suppress his appetite so he would eat more. And that was her direct quote, which a lot of the time those medications make you not want to eat as much, but then some of them do make you gain weight. So I don't know which one. It doesn't say it helps or it makes you gain or lose. And then they go into dosages, which I really don't want to go too far into just because, I'm not, a medical professional. But, I mean, oh my gosh, I just can't even believe they had him on an antipsychotic medication. Where was Chris's dose of antipsychotics? Because he seemed like he had quite a bit of issues. My opinion. I don't know Dreaming. Whose voice? Am I having some feedback or something? And Freebird says, right, Janine Simmons, when my son was 3 and I suspected he took some cookies, I asked him, where are the cookies? He said, don't look here, mama, while pointing at his pillow. Aw, that's so cute. See what I mean? I don't know why people can't just look back on stuff and laugh, or I guess maybe KP and CP. It's isn't it kind of, I don't know. I've always found the humor in parenting too, Freebird. I really have. Because it's cute and you're never going to get that time back again, And Sandy says, Dreaming, that was Tony Matheson, Mysteries. Okay, thank you. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Okay, thanks, Sandy. I was like, I don't know. I was like, did somebody hack my live? Are you guys hearing somebody else? And Tony says, is it true that Case is no longer a runaway and is something else elevated? I just can't remember what they call it offhand. Someone help me. Okay, so I think there was some talk today that the case has been changed over into a criminal investigation, but I didn't find any proof of that. And I even asked Gracie, I texted her and I was like, did you hear anything like that? And she's like, no, I haven't heard anything like that. So I'm not sure. And again, guys, if you want to email me and just let me know, I will definitely look into it and I could read it off and whatnot here. There I go, naming people. That's hilarious, Sandy. I know. It's very hard. Like, I feel like as long as I mean, I don't know. And then also, like, when we're talking about it, it's so hard because, like, all of these creators are doing these interviews. So I don't mean anything bad by saying their names and stuff like that. I don't know. I think the way I look at it is like I'm promoting their channel if I say their name on my channel, right? But I don't know. Because even when I do it with Cluminante, I'm still promoting her, right? Because people might go over there and watch her. So I don't know. I'm confused. I'm confused. You guys might have to help me. Freebird, or Scranton Strangler says at Freebird, that's the most precious thing I've heard tonight. I know. She's got the best stories. She does. She does. And Janine Simmons says, I have 10 grandkids and they all have done that. Yeah, what little kid doesn't try to sneak extra cookies and stuff like that? Good Lord. And Forever Nikki's mom said, if you're enjoying this live, please don't forget to hit that like button. Yeah, Forever Nikki's mom, thank you for sending me that. I can't believe that. Like, I know there was like a lot of and it probably came out somewhere and I missed it, but I know there was a lot of talk and like asking what the medications were and stuff. And then of course Chris was like, oh, HIPAA. And, you know, obviously HIPAA only applies to medical professionals. It's just that they're the only ones that are held by HIPAA. Is medical professionals. DFS failed Sebastian, in my opinion. All things serious. Welcome in all things serious. Absolutely. I think so too. I think it's awful. And that's why I kind of wanted to spend a little bit more time on it tonight, because I feel like I just feel like it's something that is really important for us to talk about and to acknowledge and explore. Because if they knew that there were 5 different times, I mean, I could see if it was like maybe one time right before he went missing, it wouldn't make things any that much better. But the fact that they knew about this over that period of time, so starting in October of 2022, then there was another in November of 2022, and then there was a couple more, and then January of 24. So that was like a whole year. Happened at the end of 22, so a couple months in. So like, yeah, like a year and 3 months about. And I don't know. I think it's completely awful. Yeah, streaming, yes. Yeah, it does sound a little severe, Sandy. Like, I understand that a lot of times, like, the side effects list is not something that everyone's going to experience. But, like, if it's going to cause, see, that's where I would have asked his doctor, like, so you mean to tell me that it's going to cause him more disorders and more problems and, you know, issues for him? I just don't know. And I don't know where they got off. I would like to know who evaluated him. I would like to know who this crackpot was, because I really don't. I don't see that. And honestly, I've never heard Seth say anything like that. I've never heard his teachers ever say anything but kind, loving things about him. The only people that have said bad things about him are his mother and his stepfather. I'm sorry, that's my opinion. Allegedly, all that. Trigger warning, whatever. Freebird says, wow, that's amazing, Aunt Janine Simmons. Do you give them tons of chocolate and give them back to their parents? Oh, hell yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing. And Freebird says, I thought Seth said he didn't know about any medication and they put Sebastian on meds 2 weeks prior to his disappearance, allegedly. Yeah, I heard that too. I heard that that he was kind of battling, like from what he said, it seemed like he was kind of battling back and forth with Katie and Chris on the medications, the therapies, the types of things that he needed to help him heal from the essay. I think that it was a struggle back and forth with him, and I think that's why they were hiding things. He also was very adamant about that he would rather give Sebastian like a cup of coffee or something natural that would kind of stimulate him or whatever. Also the herbal tea, things like that would help in naturally, that would help him kind of overcome the symptoms or little things, but I just don't feel like it was that severe, especially if Seth is like, I wanted to treat it naturally with like teas and stuff like that, and that was working at his house. He also said that Sebastian didn't need to wear the pull-ups at his house. And he said that he told Pascal that that when he was at Chris and Katie's house, that they wouldn't let him wear regular undergarments or whatever, and that they would get upset with Seth for not imposing that on Sebastian whenever he was there for the weekend. And I just think that's like absolutely gross, and I can't, I just hate that for him. I hate it for him, because he didn't deserve that crap, and they should have worked with him. And maybe if he wasn't in fear all the time, and he wouldn't be regressing and stuff like that. Regressive behavior. And again, I'm not a medical professional, but like when somebody regresses, it's usually from trauma. That's usually what induces that. So they'll feel like, if you're feeling extra anxiety, if you've had SA is another reason why somebody would regress and things like that. And then if there's trouble in the home, so if he's watching Mr. Chris controlling his mom or hurting his mom, of course he is going to have issues. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, Freebird, Sebastian deserves much, much better. Much, much better. And Tony says, can I ask who Tyler Feller is, or does that need to be deleted? No, you're fine, Tony. I was kind of going to talk about that a little bit. So it's totally fine that you brought it up. He is a YouTuber that he's local to the area. And apparently there was some comments said, I think on X, basically about why he didn't cover Sebastian's case. He's like a preacher or pastor or something like that. And I don't think it was, to my knowledge, it wasn't one of the churches that Sebastian attended. But I guess they were asking him how come he didn't want to cover him. And then I don't know, it seems like there may have been some accusations made that he may have something to do with it, is what from my understanding. I thought that was a little wild, actually. I thought it was a little bit much, and I don't know enough about it, but I did kind of want to bring it up and see if you guys maybe heard about it, what you thought about it. So you're fine, Tony. You're totally fine. And Sandy says, that is the name I haven't heard. Yeah, Sandy. So I just heard about it right before I went on. And Gracie let me know about it, and I thought it was really interesting. I just didn't have like a whole lot of time to look into it. So, but I don't believe that it was a school, or that I don't believe that it was a church that Sebastian attended. Like, I think Freedom Church up in Gallatin is the one that Chris had referenced, and Katie said that he was in the youth program over there, and they have a really great one, and all of that. Aw, I know, Janine, right? Or like his aunt or something. Oh my goodness. I mean, even we were talking about last night, I would love to have him as a neighbor. I wouldn't mind if he'd come over and hang out with me and do some gardening and stuff like he does that with his grandma. I think that it's a good thing, when that happens. And gosh, there's so many kids in my little neighborhood, people, the kids are out there. A lot of them have like lights on their bikes, and you can see them like riding around in the dark and stuff. They have a blast. They have a great time, and he deserved that. He deserved to have a good time. And Forever Nikki's mom says, Tony, he is a preacher at the church in Sebastian's neighborhood. Oh, okay. Is he the Long Hollow Pike? Is he a preacher at Long Hollow Church? That one that was helping? That's interesting. Thank you. Thank you so much, Forever Nikki's mom. It was brought up on another podcast. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of people were talking about it today, and I was like, didn't even, went right over my head. And Forever Nikki's mom says he also is supposed to be an advocate for missing kids, but he never mentioned Sebastian on his YouTube. Oh, see, that's weird. I wonder why. Well, I mean, I guess that's a valid question then. I wonder why he didn't. Because, yeah, why not? That is very strange. I would think that like everybody, I thought everybody in that little small area, and not that it's that small, but in that area knew what was going on, and you know, is that suspicious? I mean, I don't, I think that's what they're alluding to, but I didn't have a whole lot of time to gather a lot on it, but I definitely wanted to mention it because I know that it's probably something that people are talking about. I believe just because he hasn't covered Sebastian's case. Yeah. Yeah, I mean uh, I'll just say I feel like it's odd, you know. I'm surprised they did. I don't know though, because people were taking down his signs and stuff like that. But then again, Terry Lynn had her yard signs up for quite a while before whoever decided to take it upon themselves to spoil her hard work. And Tony, yeah, she says, my thought also, yeah. I mean, it's legitimate, guys, I think. Joseph Rapp, nice to see you. Autism does not cause schizophrenia. I know. That's what I was thinking. Um, here's the article. Or I'm sorry, all I did was like type it in to Google Joseph. And that's what it came up with. I was as shocked as you were. I didn't. I don't know if you're shocked, but I definitely have never heard of that. Um, I didn't realize there was any type of a comorbidity when it came to like schizoaffective disorder and autism or bipolar and autism or any of that. So yeah, I'm stumped. I would too if that jerk was lurking over everything being done inside dreaming. Yes, I second that. He never should have been on it ever. I know. I agree wholeheartedly. I don't know what in the world, like, I don't know. Katie is not dumb. She's not. She's not dumb. So how come she didn't start researching this stuff and find out what the heck they're trying to put her kid on? That's what I'm wondering. It's absolutely awful. Absolutely awful. Dreaming says, I really believe household was ABUSC. Yep. And then True Nature showed what was going on. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I agree. Yes. And Joseph Rapp says psychotic meds are used for alleviating anxiety sometimes. Yeah, absolutely. There are a few out there, and even like some depressive disorders, I think, too. But this one even said like the side effects are symptoms of anxiety. So I thought that was very interesting too, because I mean, that's making things worse, especially if, yeah, I don't know. I just don't, I would not have chosen that if they came to me and recommended that type of medication. I would not have chosen that. Just my opinion, I would have said, no, I think we can do something different. And I really feel like Seth was doing that because I've heard him in several different interviews kind of talking about it. And so I don't think he was on board with it. I really don't. And I might be wrong. I don't know Seth or anything like that. So I'm just, remembering back to like what he has said in his interviews, and he's been very consistent. So it's easy for me to remember, compared to, others. And Joseph says, I wonder if a psychiatrist or regular doctor, yeah, I'm wondering too if a regular one prescribed him something. Um, that's a great question. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I wonder because I know the psychiatrists are the only ones that can do that in terms of like the psychological field. Like a psychologist can't, prescribe, but the psychiatrist can, and the family doctor can. So that's a really great question. Or general practitioner, whatever you want to say. I think, I mean, obviously he'd still probably have a pediatrician at that point, I would think. Um, and Sandy says it is used to treat schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and irritability in autistic children. Found it online. I know, Sandy, isn't that nuts? Lisa B always, hey, good to see you. Yeah, that's like, it's so weird. I don't understand that, you guys. I really don't. When I saw that, it kind of blew my mind for a minute. And luckily, you guys were watching the other clip because I was like, what in the world is this? Like, I couldn't believe, I still can't believe it. And then all of the like side effects are awful. Like, it makes you sick, like really sick. And then, let's see. What is this one? It makes you really, really sick. And then it also like messes with your appetite. And let me acquired dystonia, also known as secondary dystonia, is a neurological disorder that occurs when the brain is damaged or degenerates. The damage can be caused by a number of factors, including a brain injury, sudden stroke, trauma, or lack of oxygen at birth, exposure to certain medications, toxins or heavy metals, infections, neurodegenerative disorders such as Parkinson's. In many cases, the cause of acquired dystonia is unknown. Oh, symptoms include involuntary pulling of the neck, uncontrollable blinking, speech difficulties, and muscle spasms that cause the eyes to close, making it hard to see. There is no single test to diagnose dystonia, but a doctor can perform a physical exam, review your health history, and order tests to rule out other conditions. Oh my God, you guys. I mean, this is a side effect of that. A neurological disorder when he already has, he already has the issues from when he was born. He's got the pocket of fluid on his brain, and then he also has the chromosome deletion. And they're giving him something that's going to cause dystonia, which is a neurological disorder that occurs when the brain is damaged or degenerates. What were they trying to do? I guess I just don't understand that. What the heck was the doctor thinking? I mean, I'm not a medical professional, again, disclaimer, but I'm just reading this off of Google, and it absolutely is horrific, in my opinion. Hey, Lisa. Dreaming says, I know Seth said otherwise later on, but his statement, he would go get him if he had a way or something. That was something, I think, strange too. Yeah, I mean, believe me, there's been a lot of things that have been said on both sides. And that's why I've tried to stay pretty much neutral. But I will say that it just seems like he's the most consistent. Joseph Rapp says it is now a criminal investigation by SCSO or Sumner County Sheriff's Office. A call to them would be all it takes to make sure. Yeah, I know. I think that is a great idea, to just try. I mean, I might even give him a call and see what I can figure out, and let you guys know, because there's been a lot of, I would think the FBI would update something too. But I guess if it's coming from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, yeah, I'm just surprised because I didn't see them come out with anything like that. But I'm sure they would announce it. And Tony says criminal investigation. That was it. Again, another channel. Okay, so you did hear about that too. Okay, wow. I think it needed to be turned criminal for a very long time. So if that's the case, I'm glad. And Sandy says, but we are talking good about them. Yes. I need to take the GMA 101 class. Me too, Sandy. We should take it together. I'll take it with you. KP is live. Oh, really? Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Okay. I'm really going to need to, man, Elevated Truth is going to be on my to-do list right here. Oh, well, you know. And Brenda says CP is on Live with Truth. Yeah, Brenda, thank you for letting me know and welcome in. Yeah, that's like crazy, crazy, crazy. Margaret Travel says, yeah, we know. Oh yeah, I think he used to be like Truth Not Feelings was the old channel. See guys, I can't not talk. I don't know. I'm gonna get in big trouble. That's All Truth or someone else. Okay. And Freebird says it drives me nuts. There are 5 CPS reports, and they did not remove him from the home or even tell his bio dad. In my opinion, I know I can't believe that either. I mean that was like baffling, Mr. and Mrs. E too. I can tell they were like, what is with that? I can't believe that they did that. And honestly, it happens a lot with co-parenting, but I really feel like Katie has some personal responsibility on that front. Which I mean, that's fine. I don't care who gets upset with me for saying that, but it's like if you're the mom, again, if you have a child with somebody, that's up to you to discuss these important things about your child. Like it doesn't have to come to anything but, look, A, B, C happened today. I talked to this person and this happened, and that's it. You can keep it like totally professional. You don't have to sit on the phone with them for 10 hours. You don't have to be friends with them. You don't have to be friendly with them. If you have a, kind of like a tumultuous relationship with that person, you don't have to be like that, but you can be respectful and professional and very businesslike and tell them, what's going on with your kid, at the very least. And yeah, I don't know why she didn't think that was her responsibility. Lisa B always says back in March, SCSO would not release any information via FOIA because it was an ongoing investigation. Also, FBI does not offer a reward in a runaway case, per Jennifer Coffendoffer, allegedly. Yes, Lisa B. Always, that's correct. I believe, in my opinion, as well. It's very hard. I heard that in Tennessee, it's extremely difficult to get information unless you're like a Tennessee resident. Which I don't know why that wouldn't fall under the FOIA or Freedom of Information Act, but for whatever reason, it doesn't seem to, because you have to be a resident and then you have to like show the proof of residency before you can inquire about different information. It's not like other states. Margaret Chapel says it's on Elevated. And Dreaming says, thank you, even though I really need to hear I don't need to hear anything they got to say. I know. I mean, I'm the same way. I'm the same way. But I know that I'm going to, it's like curiosity killed the cat. So, and in this situation, I'm the cat, because I'll probably go over there and check it out, later. Because if Katie's willing to talk, I mean, I'm willing to listen. I'd like to talk to Katie without Chris. I said a long time ago that he's not allowed over here on this channel. But I never said that about Katie or Seth. So if they wanted to come on and I would interview them, I would definitely want to have my questions ready. But I would never ever want to platform Christopher Prepfoot. In my opinion, he is not a nice person. And Forever Nikki's mom says, I'm going to hop off chat, but listen as I fall asleep. Sweet dreams all. Oh, sweet dreams, Forever Nikki's mom. Thank you so much for letting me know about that. I think people really... That's definitely part of it. So I think that's really, 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 really important. And I'm sorry, I don't know why I just popped off there. And Tony says Seth wouldn't give him the meds at his house. Right. Yeah, that was the thing. He would rather do like an herbal tea, like a sleepy time tea, he said. And I think that's a really good natural remedy. I like doing tea as well. I really do. I know there's like a new mushroom tea out there and I really wanted to try it. Margaret Chappell says, trust me, you don't. Ah, blessings to you. That's so sweet, Janine. Tony says, nighty night forever, Nikki's mom. Sandy. And, oh, Sandy says, please don't mention lives on other channel. We'll make our own discussion. I know, that's the thing. I don't mind. I really don't mind. Like, I know people kind of go in and out, which, I mean, I understand that. I mean, like, if I'm in Terry's chat, I'm in there for like, you know, the long haul because I'm a lot lizard. So I like going in her chat. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's one of those things. I know it happens, and then too, like if I would say I was watching somebody right now, I'd probably go over there. So I don't fault you guys. I really don't. I really don't. I think I'm one of those people that think there's like more than enough people on YouTube. And then I think also that like we all should probably work together a little bit better. So, I mean, you know, if he's having a live, I'd go over and watch his live because he's another creator, you know. And of course, you know, this is the first time they've come out and spoke since May when they were on the Queen Bee. So, yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I was gonna say curiosity kills the cat. But there's a couple more things that I want to go over with you guys too. So, that's what's really important to me is really talking about the ABUSE with Sebastian because it's so clear and apparent, and then also to know this hardcore med. The side effects, the things that, I mean, uncontrollable blinking, speech difficulties, what the heck? I mean, what the heck? And Dreaming says, I doubt that he was physically hurting her. She can beat the out of him. She doesn't look like a follower, even though she can pretend to be. Yeah, just my opinion. You know, Dreaming, I agree with that. I don't think, I actually did think at first that she was a battered woman, and the reason why I thought that is because of like her soft-spoken nature in the first couple interviews and things like that, and the fact that Chris would always seem to speak for her, because that's pretty common. But then whenever Yeda came out, I completely changed my view about her, and I'm like, you know what? She's Katie's like a chameleon. And I think she's histrionic, and that's just my opinion. I obviously cannot diagnose anybody with anything, but I do believe that she has those traits. And if if any of you guys have watched the Amber Heard trial with Johnny Depp, that was one of the things that they were talking about her. I definitely think Katie is on the dark triad, and I think that. You know, Chris is a malignant narcissist, in my opinion, and that's strictly my opinion. But I definitely think that Katie has her own set of mental issues, allegedly, in my opinion. Trigger warning. And Freebird says, I heard that the church they go to allegedly is where Tyler preaches. In my opinion, I thought Nick is challenging their preacher. Yeah, okay. Okay. So that's really interesting. Is it the Long Hollow? Because I know that they did attend Long Hollow Church, that one that's real close by them. Because I know that Chris had mentioned that in a different interview. So that is strange. I think it's strange just him being a pastor, excuse me, and not saying anything about, especially if he does like missing, or I mean that's it's just odd to me. I don't get that. That doesn't make any sense. Sandy's trying to keep us all in line over here. I love it. Thank you, Sandy. She's like, behave, everybody. And Dreaming says, she's like, okay, so Dreaming, it's this guy who has a YouTube channel, and he is also like a preacher at the church, and apparently he talks about missing children and things like that. I did hear, so I popped into another creator's live today, and he was talking about it, and basically said that he did some sort of a video, and this is all alleged. I just watched it earlier. He said he did some kind of a video on the Idaho 4 and which ones would possibly go to heaven or HELL. And I'm like, that's vile. So I don't know. Like that, when I heard that, I was like, oh, I never heard that guy before. So. And Lisa B always says Tyler Feller is the young. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Lisa. This is great. Okay, so Tyler Feller is the youth minister at the Bower Sox and Proudfoot Church, Freedom Church in Gallatin. Okay, see, I mentioned that earlier, and I know because I remember he said on Smiley, we do attend church. We go to Freedom Church up in Gallatin. They have a phenomenal youth program, is what Katie said. And then Smiley was like, I bet you he likes to dance. And Smiley said, I bet you he likes to sing and everything. And Katie's like, no, he likes to dance. And then that's when Chris started making fun of the way he dances and saying that he doesn't dance the way all of us would or whatever. I mean, shoot. Ugh, I don't know. He covered Riley Strain's case, Idaho 4, Gabby Petito, but not Sebastian, allegedly. What? That is so weird. Okay, that is weird. So does he have trouble with kids that have special needs, or what? What's going on? Because that's kind of weird that he would cover Riley, Idaho 4, Gabby, but not Sebastian. Okay, that's odd. I didn't know it was the same church that they went to. Sandy says, no, Tony, not you. Someone else was trying to get us over to the channel that we don't agree with. I'm sitting here like, I don't know, maybe I enjoy torture or something like that, because I'm like, I know I'm gonna go watch it later. Oh my goodness. Lisa B always Google it, in my opinion. We gotta Google it, y'all. We gotta Google it. And Dreaming says he is high functioning. I didn't like that he liked to skip that. Yeah, I know. Exactly. And like, I don't know. I'm just kind of like, now I'm getting to the point where it's like, well, does that guy not want to cover him because he's got autism? Like maybe he doesn't understand autism or something. I don't know. There could be a million reasons why he wouldn't, but that's really weird because Seth was all telling him to go to church and all that weirdness. So I mean, that's I don't know. I swear it just keeps getting stranger and stranger. And then where's Sebastian? What happened to him? You know? And Dreaming says he's high functioning, and I didn't like that he skipped that. Oh, I got that one already. Yeah. And Freebird says, right, Lisa B always, Tyler is on their staff directory, in my opinion, allegedly, or whatever word I am supposed to use after that. I know, I just said like all of them in a row, and then I'm like, trigger warning. I had that in there. Oh, goodness sakes. Sandy said, is that right? I visited that church when I was in Gallatin last August. In my opinion, that church is all about the money. Oh, okay, all about that money. Some of them are. They'll be like, pass that collection plate around, and um, I'm sure it was like a huge, big church. If they were all attending, it was probably one of those like humongous churches. And Tony says those people went, those people went to church. Smiley asked him, he's like, yes, we do, a ton church. Like, I'm upset. I'm like, oh God. Lisa B always says it seems to be a place that the Bower Saxon Proud feet are comfortable, allegedly, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. And Chris himself said that. He told Smiley that they attend Freedom Church up in Gallatin, but he also said that they don't like to go to just one church in particular. He said that there's other churches that they do attend, but that's not the only one. He did mention that one, and then they got into, then it ended in him making fun of Sebastian's dancing, and then Katie said, "Yeah, he does have a unique rhythm," and started like laughing under her breath. It was really, but yep. And then Freebird said, "LOL, I never know which one applies, so sometimes I throw in both." Me too. And then I threw in another one too. Trigger warning. Oh my goodness. That's funny. That's so funny. And Sandy says, "Where did you hear that, Tony?" And Freebird, I used to use them both to stay out of time on YouTube. Yeah. I mean, or time out on YouTube. Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of crazy because it's like, some of the words we have to use, and then we sound like we're like, I always wonder if people like 100 years from now are going to watch YouTube videos and be like, what in the world is a pew pew, and what's this talking about DV and whatever else, and why are they saying allegedly? That doesn't even fit. And, it kind of makes it sound silly. In my opinion, like, I feel silly saying that, and then I forget, I need to do that every time and do the disclaimer, like, this is just my opinion, and my thoughts don't reflect badly upon me or whatever. I mean, I don't know. It's all my opinion. I do also, like, if we talk about like the meds and stuff, I like to talk about that. I think it's really interesting, but I also want to be cautious because I know, like, YouTube doesn't like us talking about it if we're not like a medical professional. So I always want to put that disclaimer in there, like, I didn't go to school for that or anything like that. So, or I didn't go to medical school, like, to become a doctor or anything. And Freebird says, Sebastian did not need meds, in my opinion, but I am not a doctor. See, I feel the same way. It's my opinion, too. I feel like all he needed was some extra love and attention, and he would have been just fine and dandy. And Sandy says they were probably trying to make him a zombie, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely, Sandy. And I kind of mentioned that, too, earlier. It's like, I think those meds, like, make it so the kids are sedated, in my opinion, too. Like, it's sad. It's really sad because it's almost like, because nobody wants to deal with them, and it's like they're going to grow out of it, and you can always teach them that, and set up boundaries for them and things like that, rather than, going straight to the meds. And Freebird says, I was thinking the same thing, Sandy, and I also wondered if they were trying to make it look like he had a drug problem so they can put him on addiction program. Just speculating. Actually, that is a really valid point. In my opinion, I feel like they were trying to say all kinds of things about this kid. Like, what? I mean, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall, and when Katie took him into the doctor and was explaining what was going on, because that doctor put him on some heavy duty, uncalled for, in my opinion. And I'm not trying to go against what a medical professional will do, but just like any other profession, they're not all created equal, in my opinion. And Dreaming said, I agree with you on that. Seth is the only parent being an advocate for his son. Absolutely. I just got the feeling he had an idea what these two could have done. Yeah, I'm sure he had like an inkling, right? And I'm sure it probably worried him a lot, especially when they were talking about putting Sebastian in like a school where there were children that were so severely mistreated that they lost their lives. I mean, I can't imagine. Um, and then also, he was put in a position where it was 2 against 1. And so it's very unfortunate because I don't think that that's fair. I know life isn't fair. I get that. I know that we don't live in a perfect world by any means. We all know that. We watch true crime, but it's like in the same way. I really think that um, it was a 2 against 1 kind of a thing. And, maybe they were ganging up on him in a way of like, hey, this is what Sebastian's doing. And when it's 2 people telling you and that sort of thing, it can kind of, mess around a little bit with what can be and, what is and what should be. And Sandy says, don't listen to them. They're trolls, I think. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sandy. I know. Yeah, Sandy, just feel free to just, if you see a troll in here, just kind of like, put them in the timeout chair, give them a hug and a juice box and a crayon. And then if they come back and they're good, then they're fine. But if they want to continue, then we'll just kick them on out and they don't ever have to be back in here again. And Lisa B always says, in my opinion, War Damn Eagle will be all over it. Yeah, she posted something earlier and I watched like half of it. Oh my gosh, that's how I feel like I've been doing lately, guys. Just like watching little bits of things. So I'm catching like little tidbits, but nothing like really nothing really solid. Actually, I screenshotted something from Justin earlier and I was going to pop it on the screen in a little bit here. Because whenever I was on the live earlier, he was like, go ahead and screenshot it. And I was like, oh, good. And I usually I'll say hi, because I know, everybody's in there, but it was just so, I was so hectic with trying to get everything done that I did want to go over and listen a little bit, but, yeah, I haven't been catching everybody's stuff. She's funny though. She's on the war damn path. And Dreaming says, no, when I say as truth, I mean inappropriate and word truth or something else or someone else. Dreaming, I don't like that person. Yes. Dreaming says, I really hope Sebastian is going to be found safe soon. It's heartbreaking for anyone who cares, especially his father. I know. Oh my gosh, poor Seth. Yeah, whenever he did his last live, it was really, really difficult to watch, and I can't even imagine what he was feeling. Very, very unfortunate. Freebird said, look up covert KP and overt CP narcissist and match made in heaven, in my opinion. You know what? That's true. Oh my gosh. You know what? I didn't even think about KP being a covert. But yeah, because CP is definitely a malignant. I'm married somebody like that. So I didn't realize it till we were getting divorced. When we had family court, we had to go through psychological evaluations, and then I realized that I was married to a malignant narcissist. And when I first saw Mr. Chris in his interviews, I was like, oh boy, especially Smiley's. That's when I was like, yep, I know that guy. And Scranton Strangler says that Debbie Heard trial was what introduced me to YouTube. I've been hooked on YouTube or the true crime ever since. That's so cool, Scranton Strangler. Yeah, it was a super interesting. And you know what's so funny? Hey, Minnie, good to see you. Good to see you. I have really. I was like so upset with Johnny Depp. Like I have to admit, like when it first came out and I saw like the pictures of Amber, I was like, oh my gosh, don't you tell me that, someone that I've loved my whole life, like Johnny Depp would ever do something like that. Like I was so upset. And then when the trial happened, I was like, oh, thank God he was able to come out and tell his story. Like I identified with him way more than I did for her. And then when she lied about the makeup, the little makeup wheel, that really upset me. I was highly pissed. And CP said his idea of dancing and our idea of dancing are two different things. I haven't memorized, unfortunately. I know, me too. Sandy is like, oh my gosh. And, and that was one thing that was like, yeah. And then Katie's like, he's got his own unique rhythm. And, but don't we all have our own unique rhythm? I mean, unless you're like a professional dancer, we all get out there and do whatever, whatever on the dance floor. It's not like all of us are like the best people. Oh, check IG. I will. Mini. Okay, I will go ahead and check that, and I'll have you guys, or I'll put this on for you guys. Real quick, I'm gonna read Margaret's. She said, Sebastian Rogers, you matter, and the hate needs to stop. And we are praying for judgment for you, and we will come. Excuse me. And you will come home soon, and to your dad soon. Thank you, Margaret. That was so sweet, you guys. You guys. Aw, happy birthday to everyone and the anniversaries. Happy. Happy. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put this in there. Okay. Oh, not that one, this one.
It's got to be where they're looking.
Yeah, one thing that you've never heard me say, now you've heard Seth say it, you've never heard me accuse them directly of being responsible, but
Sure.
you will hear me say over and over again that I believe that you have to follow the evidence.
Right.
And I don't know what all the evidence is, and neither do you guys, neither does your audience. And I do believe that they are working hard to keep things close to the vest. And I believe that they are following the evidence. I truly believe that.
I do too. There's actually there's little signs here and there, if you're paying attention to it, that they are doing an active investigation, and that it's not just sitting on a shelf collecting dust. I think that's the case. And yeah, I'm sure they have way more information than we have. We probably only have 5% of what's out there available that investigators have got. I guess you guys knew, but we had no idea that there were 5 CPS reports in 2 years. That's outrageous. It's outrageous in a lot of ways. Even if they have nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance at all, it's outrageous. It's unacceptable.
Well, and we now know, Mr. E, that, thanks to a conversation I had with you guys, because I've had my head out of the YouTube world for a little bit, but Sumner County or the TBI, we now have confirmation that they've reached out to 2 different content creators for either an interview that they've done with one of the parents or some evidence that they talked about and wanted to find out, hey, can I get a clip of this? Can I find out where you got that? So they are watching what's going on, which is encouraging to me. Mm-hmm. And it does give us an indication as to which direction they're leaning, to your point, if you're paying attention.
So I didn't know there were 2. I knew about Smiley. I knew they had asked her. I didn't know that there was a second.
You were, okay. I thought you were there when I told him.
Oh, maybe I took away. Okay, so there's at least 2. Okay, great. Maybe.
And one of them happened yesterday, by the way.
Right.
Oh, very interesting. That is very interesting.
That's encouraging.
Yeah, so you're not doing that if you're trying to cover this thing up,
Correct.
You're not doing things like that.
Because the moment you do that, based on the information that you're asking for, you're tipping your hat as to which direction you're leaning.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a good sign. It's a very good sign that justice is coming. It really is. It's slow. Justice is painfully slow. But the way these things go is everybody says corruption till the day there's handcuffs. And then it's like, then they'll be celebrating the police. Because there's no warm up to it. There's no, they're not going to announce the date that this thing's going to be solved. It's just one day everybody's living their lives and the next day their home's raided. That's kind of how it goes.
Well, and if we could all put our child in this situation. If we could put ourselves in Seth Rogers' shoes, we're all very familiar with the phrase double jeopardy. And
Of course.
when you start talking about bringing your strongest case and getting it right the first time, as much as it pains me to say this, we really don't want them to hurry.
No, I agree. I agree. I am encouraged that they are still gathering evidence, reaching out to creators for interview clips. It's a great sign that they are doing their due diligence. It's just slower than anybody would like. We're an impatient. Everyone's impatient. We all want justice, and of course, more than anything, if he is, there are ways you could look at this situation and think maybe he's alive. There are some. It is still a possibility. And so they also have to be cautious for those reasons about how they go forward too, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And I made another comment, and then I'm going to let you guys get back to your show. I made a comment to you guys earlier today that in the one other case I've been involved in, when you're getting over the target as a PI, as a content creator, as a civilian, because you're going to get that phone call from law enforcement that, hey, you've stumbled upon something here and it's not something we want discussed.
Right.
And in a roundabout way, I believe that these content creators stumbled onto something.
Yeah.
Right. There's got to be something there.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Because we know how law enforcement feels about content creators. And in order for them to reach out and ask for assistance,
yeah.
they had
Can't blame them.
they had to have had something that either they wanted kept private or that they wanted to take a better look at.
Right.
So,
Well, I would think I know you're saying you're going to be going soon. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing all of that information with us. There's so many people invested in this, and just want to discover what the truth is, even if it's painful, like what we've been hearing tonight. That we can't shy away from it. It's the reality, and it gives us a little more clarity on what was going on leading up to his disappearance, which is very important. It's maybe the most important part. But I really appreciate you coming and doing this. Do you guys know? Have you and Seth talked about the next time you're planning on doing a live? Are you doing one this weekend or waiting a while?
we actually have some things we're going to address, and we will be having a guest on with us, and it will probably be this Friday night.
Great.
Oh, okay.
Great. Well,
I guess we'll clear our schedules.
we'll clear the decks. If you would like us to mod again, we'll be happy to do it.
Yeah.
And
Of course.
yeah, and we'll make sure we promote that when you guys pick a time and all that stuff, and let everybody know about it.
We sure appreciate you guys. Auntie, Mrs. E, you guys have a good evening. And chat, appreciate you guys supporting the E family.
Aw.
Thank you,
Thank
Tony.
you, Tony.
Thank you for everything you're doing for Seth, and thank you for coming and joining us tonight.
We appreciate you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
You
You
too.
too.
Thank you.
Bye.
Tony, you have a great night too. I'm so glad you were in here, and I hope you get some good sleep because I know you work so hard. Wow. Okay, so I hear from what I'm gathering, I guess CP's response to bruises on Sebastian's neck allegedly was a hickey. I mean, what? What in the world? Like okay. That's absolutely insane. A hickey from who? His girlfriend? Like I thought he didn't have a girlfriend. I thought he liked Taylor Swift. Reminded me of like when I had the Teen Beat posters on my wall of like Jonathan Taylor Thomas or whatever, like way back in the day. Yeah, no, I don't. Oh boy, I don't even know what to say about that. I don't even know what to say about that because that to me is like absolutely crazy insane. Who? Oh my gosh. Yeah, big time I mean, yeah, yeah. I'm mind blown too. Many. Who? How do you have time to get? That's so funny, Margaret. I know, but you know what I mean? You'd have like your little heartthrobs on the wall and be like, "Oh, I like who was like another one." Now I'm stumped because I can't think of them. But I mean obviously Johnny Depp was definitely on that wall. Okay. I don't even want to hear another word that man has to say. I know, Sandy, like that's my opinion too. I'm like going, what can we possibly gather from, like, I don't know. It just contradicts everything. But the interesting part to me is whenever they're on these channels that like kind of help to polish them up, and make them look better than who they really are. Uh they come clean about like a lot of weird stuff, and they say a lot of weird stuff, and I don't know um what makes them think that anybody is really, I mean, for one, gonna believe that, and then for two, to say this now when we all know that he didn't go outside of the house a lot. He wasn't seen out. Were they having girls over at the house? Did he have a girlfriend over at the house? That doesn't make any sense. That's just like polished turds. The saga continues. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to continue on with my next what would it be, part 6, I think. Oh gosh. Oh, but and that's the reason why I started doing that series, is because it seemed like anytime Minnie says, Lord have mercy. Heck yeah, on us all, please. Um, yeah, like I don't know. Oh my goodness. Oh, I hate to laugh, but I just feel like I'm gonna cry with this. This is so horrible. Yeah, that's the reason why I came up with that kind of little series. A good friend of mine would say that all the time. He'd say polished turds. He'd be like polishing them turds. I'm like, not about the feet or anybody. This is way before they came along. But whenever I was sitting there and I was listening to one of the lives, I was like, okay, yeah, now I know, like I can see that perfectly in this. And so that's why I named it that, because it's like every one of the channels that they would choose to go on, I don't know if there was kind of a discussion prior to, or maybe it was just kind of an unspoken thing where it's like, don't make us look bad. If you're gonna make us look bad, then we're never gonna, we're not coming back on your show, or we're not gonna go on your show. I know that Chris like did his due diligence and vetted a lot of people before he decided to speak with them on their podcasts. But yeah, I just always thought that they were doing something like that, because it just seemed like every time they'd go on there, they would make them look really, really good, or they would try to ask some pointed questions to make them not look as bad as what they were or what they said before. Another thing I noticed too was like Chris would always kind of say things like, I know I'm a big bad monster and everybody thinks I'm so bad, but look, I'm being good over here, and things like that, and trying to kind of convince us that all the other things that he did and said in the past, since Sebastian was reported missing, was okay, because now he's on this channel and he's saying nice things and he's getting along with everybody, and on the panel, and he's not flying off the handle. And the creator that they're interviewing with right now, in my opinion, is just, he's very how do I say it? He's like a strong-willed person. And so, like, I wouldn't think that he would put up with the nonsense, but I don't know, maybe just to catch that interview, right? I mean, he's probably got a shit ton of people over there right now. So I mean, um, Minnie says apparently, LOL, something was said about a truck and said a person's phone started blowing up. Oh, okay. Blow hard. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I don't even know what to think. I don't know what to think or say about that. Um, are they trying, I wonder if they're trying to allege like that Sebastian and his girlfriend were the people that were fighting in the car? I wonder. Yeah, dreaming. Well, Chris had posted on his Facebook page that he was looking for crane operating jobs in Canada, which I found to be really interesting. Oh, yeah. See, yeah, that's the thing. Like he seemed like, and a lot of times I know that he's been kind of like maybe shown to be kind of a little bit like jerky, but I know that one of the lives I watched, somebody had sent me part of it and I just went over and watched it, and he was like very much like he does speak his mind, like no matter what. He's blunt. He's very blunt is the, I guess is a good way to put it. And people have said that about me too. So I mean, I'm by no means saying anything like bad about that, because I mean obviously he's just straight to the point, you know what I mean? And if somebody says something, he's pretty good at calling people on their BS from what I've seen, so many. But we're nice when we want to be, right? Like I'm sure I remember him saying something like he was talking about how like when you're in the bathroom, that is like your private time and stuff, and like I couldn't agree more. And he's like, when I'm in the bathroom, I don't let my own wife in there, like I just like to have that privacy and stuff. And I was like, yeah, totally, like I can get that. Yeah. Sandy, I'm brash but I'm respectful. See, Minnie says I apologize before it comes out. Sometimes I didn't have the wherewithal to do that, but it was funny because like when I was living in Missouri, it was like that. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm from Chicago, and I think that's why that I just like it just pops out, and then I'm like, oh, I say sorry afterwards. That's so good that you could catch it beforehand, because sometimes it just flies out in my mouth. And I'm like, oh, what did I say? Um, yeah, he wanted to dominate two cousins. Yeah, yeah. It just seems like it does seem like some domineering behavior. I mean, definitely like when it comes to CP, he is super super domineering, and that's why I'm so surprised that like I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they're sucking back on Grandpa's cough syrup tonight, and they decided to go live because they can't take the quiet anymore. I mean, um, I'm not gonna lie, and I'm by no means sticking up for them or saying their behavior is okay by any means, but I do know personally for myself that it, if people were saying things about me, I would want to stick up for myself. You know what I mean? Like maybe not every little thing, because like if they said something stupid or outlandish, and I would be like, okay, well, I mean, I know that's not true, but yeah. Freebird says CP allegedly said all Sebastian ever wanted was a friend. So now what? Sebastian skips the friends, goes straight to a girlfriend? That's BS in my opinion. Absolutely. I mean, I'm just picturing like what Sebastian's little girlfriend looked like and how on earth he managed to, get her alone when he when he couldn't do anything, he couldn't even go out and play basketball. I mean, geez Louise. And then he says, my excuse is my daddy was a Marine. Aw. Well, thank you for his service. That's so funny. I don't know what it is. I do think it's like it's got to be the Chicago thing, Because like once you get like further down south, people are like, be sweet, you know what I mean? And like I'm like, I am being sweet, I'm just being honest. I don't mean anything by it. I'm just being honest. But brutally honest is a different thing. I try not to, try to, I don't know. But then sometimes I'm just so straightforward, I don't realize it, I'll just be like, especially when I ask questions, and then I'll be like, oh, I'm sorry if you don't mind me asking, or something like that. Right? Ivory soap if you got caught lying. Oh my gosh. And that's the thing, like we used to get so many like hardcore punishments when we were kids. And I guess we could turn around and be like, well, I turned out all right. But then again, I just again, I think that kids, like even little tiny kids, like you'll watch like that nanny 911 and she'll be like, go in the naughty chair. And then like they know. And then when they get out of the naughty chair, they're like, they know to say they're sorry and they're crying, they're hugging, and stuff like that. So I don't feel like you have to beat children into submission. I think that was something that was me too many. I love it. Or like what is it, like the four nannies that are like they nanny 911, they send the nannies over and they'll be like, where's our headquarters, everything. So kitty catty, nice to see you. Yeah, he is so arrogant. I know. Well, it's weird because it's kind of like they're both very kind of like domineering types and everything, and so I'm very I'm very curious to see how that's transpiring at the moment, because one thing, kitty catty says he's rude. One thing is that like I feel like if he said something to, like, if Chris said something off to him, he wouldn't have a problem like saying anything about it though. So that is um one interesting thing about it. But the one live that I did see on that channel wasn't very bad at all. It was like, I can't even remember why I went over there. Somebody sent it to me because Cluminante was on it. And so I was like, I'll go check it out. Yeah. Yeah, you give Truth a lot of credit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, especially because I couldn't deal with him. I told you guys I will not platform that man. If Katie wanted to come on and tell me again, what happened that night, I have some other questions for her. I wouldn't be rude to her if she was on my show, of course, but I do have some questions for her. And she probably wouldn't like my questions, because I would ask her, why did you make fun of Sebastian for needing to use more deodorant when you didn't give him a shower, on Sunday night before he had to go back to school after that whole day? You know what I mean? Oh yeah, same, kitty catty. She's oh, I listened to the thing on Dolly today, and to me, like, I try really hard not to swear. There's going to be times where it's going to pop out, because but like on the platform, I swear more in real life, believe me. But I try not to do it on the platform, because I know that like sometimes moms are sitting there, they're cleaning, maybe they can't have both earbuds in, so they're listening, like whatever, and or maybe it's on the TV, and I would just feel really bad if like I dropped the swear words and like little kids were repeating after me and stuff like that. I wouldn't like that. So I just want I try to curb it. Or like, say your grandbabies are over and you're wanting to watch me, but so I try not to like drop a bunch. But like even when the other creator, when Dolly was, I'll just say, because they were interviewing them about the flashlight recreation, even when Dolly was about to play the part of their live where they showed the recreation, like the first thing is like F this and F that and blah blah blah, and I'm like, oh boy, okay, well, that's why I don't watch over there, because it's like you got to hear about their sex life and whatnot. I don't want to hear about that. I want to hear about anybody's stuff like that, like unless it's like girl talk and we're talking. But I mean, even then, it's kind of awkward and. I kind of like to keep that stuff private, but that's just me. Truth has a good live. I will give him that. Good. That's good, Minnie. I'm glad. Like I said, I don't have any hard feelings towards him. I really don't. I don't even know the guy. The one that I watched wasn't bad. I mean, I know that he's been. I mean, I've heard him in the past say some things. Kitty Catty, yeah, she does. She loves them. They love each other. They're covering for each other. I'm just wondering if all goes if everything goes south or ends up hitting the fan. If I wonder who's gonna roll on who first. I mean, I'm really curious about that. I kind of feel like it'll be Chris rolling on Katie first, and mainly because I think that he's gonna, in my opinion, support her until he can't anymore. And then once he can't do it anymore, he's gonna go ahead and he's gonna roll so he doesn't get in trouble. It's like cover your own ass, kind of a thing. But that's just my opinion. Oh no! Oh my goodness! Really, Kitty Catty? Oh no! Oh my goodness! I know. Oh, now I know who you're talking about. I thought Katie said that tonight. I was like, what is Katie hanging out with Illuminati too much? Oh no! I hate that. Okay, so that's another thing. Like I don't need to know that much information about anybody. Like, and I don't think anybody needs to know that much information about me. So I just gotta keep it to myself. What is it about a hickey? Oh yeah, so Margaret, so they're saying that like his bruising here on his neck was a hickey. And I don't know if it was the one that was here in the middle, like right here, or he had one that was like over here. I don't know which one they're referring to. But yikes. I mean, I just don't see that being a thing, but they're saying that Sebastian got a hickey and that's what that was on his neck. I'm guessing that was the one that was over here. Do I have that picture? Let me see here. It might be on my other phone. And if it is, that'll stink. But it was from a couple nights ago. See, because we have this one. Now, guys, it's been a long time since I've, been a young woman, haven't given guys a hickey or whatever. But to me, you don't give a hickey in the middle of somebody's neck like that. Kind of like kiss the side of their neck, right? I'm trying to remember, guys. It's been a long time. No, I'm just kidding. I just think hickeys are like very trashy. I just don't like them, and if people like them, that's fine. For me, personally, I don't like it. I don't like walking around like that, tagged by something like that. I just don't want to. But when you're young and stuff, you don't realize it, and you don't realize that, and then you're all wearing a scarf trying to hide it from your mom, like, oh God, I hope she doesn't find out that I got tagged over there. But no, you know what? It is on the other phone. But there was the one I'm using to stream with. But there was another one. I'm just double checking. I have a lot more pics of Sebastian on my other phone. Well, I'll be darned. It's not on here. But, yeah, it's just so sad. I don't see how he didn't have access to the internet or anything. How was he having a girlfriend if he wasn't able to like text or call her or anything like that? And that's the first thing we ever heard of that, of any of that. So it's very strange. That's terrible. And then CP will or is looking for his sixth wife, in my opinion. Oh yeah, I do have that one. I do have that one though, guys. If we want a good laugh, we can look at this. Mr. Chris when he was married for the very first time. And where did it go? I know it's in here. Oh, here it is. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm sorry. His face though, like that is like, to me, that's like the most cheesy, corny, fake smile I've ever seen in my life. Oh goodness. All right, that's enough making fun of Mr. Chris. And CP was out. Okay, I already said that one. Yeah, from the dog. I know. Like, did the Morkies do it? Are we blaming the Morkies for everything? We got the scratches on his forearms. Oh, that was the Morkies. All of a sudden, Morkies can give hickeys. That's a pretty impressive dog there. Yeah, do you remember that pic, Margaret? That's what I was looking at, the one like right here. His little neck right there. And he had, I mean, it's just unbelievable. Dreaming says, good Lord, good Lord have mercy. Those people are something else for sure. I know, like after all this time to come out and say that, like, I don't know, because it's been speculated on a ton. All of that has been speculated on. A ton. Yeah, and not a long one. Oh my goodness. That's not that we all know, I believe. I know exactly, Dreaming, exactly. I mean, we all know that that's not what happened because and especially like the one that's in the middle like that looks like a throat punch. I'm sorry, but I'm just going to be honest and say what I think it is. And, again, you don't just like fall and, land on your neck. You're going to break your fall with your fingers with your hands. And that's the first thing that's an instinct is to put your hands out when you're falling forward. So for him to have fallen, I mean, again, it reminds me of a DV situation, which it is technically, but I don't like. Yeah, exactly. I didn't like my hickey showing either, Margaret. That's what I'm talking about. It's like how, and then also like he's not dumb, right? So if he had a hickey from a girl, I'm pretty sure he would have hid that someplace where nobody could have readily seen it. He's not dumb. My dad would have killed me. I know. Yeah, same here. Oh my gosh, please. My dad would have killed me. My mom. I wouldn't be allowed to tell the tale. Oh no, Margaret. Well, and you know what? That is a good point. If they're being silly about it, maybe she did put it in the middle, but I don't know. It's like, oh no, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it because when did he have time? And Katie never said like, sometimes his girlfriend would come over, and then also like she was asked on several occasions. Well, at least two that I can recall off the top of my head. One was on Smiley, because Smiley's like, is he into girls yet? And she's like, no. Or excuse me, she's like, she said, I think he is, but he's not going to tell his mama that. And then I believe on QB, she also asked that. Somebody on the panel was like, hey, by the way, is he into girls? Because they were asking everything like about him, his favorite food and all that kind of stuff. And Dreaming says, no one can convince me that a child I saw in the restaurant the child that I saw in the restaurant had a girlfriend. I don't think he would. He was very polite and shy. Absolutely, Dreaming. And I think that he also would have been like afraid. You know what I mean? I don't think he was able to do a whole lot of stuff. I really don't. I don't think he was able to do much of anything, which is very unfortunate. Minnie. And it was a hickey. He wouldn't know what to do with a girl. He wanted a friend, not a girlfriend, in my opinion. Exactly. I know. I can see him like maybe like when Seth played the video of hit or put on his channel the video when he was playing tag with all little girls. Like it was so cute. Like I think that he would have been more of a boyfriend that would want to hold your hand, you know what I mean, than one of those boys that can't wait to give you a hickey or receive one. And that's just my opinion. Like I said, I don't know Sebastian at all, but he seemed like just a sweetheart. And if he had like a little sweetie at school or something like that he cared about, he would have probably been holding her hand and not. And let's not forget too, like, of course we were talking about this, but let's not forget that like Seth was a good like role model in that way too, where he asked for Katie's hand in marriage and he did the right thing, the old-fashioned way of doing it. And so I think maybe he would have picked up on that from his dad too, and been like a lot more shy and respectful of a little girl, of his little girlfriend, if he had one. But I don't think he had a girlfriend, because Mr. Chris is always making fun of him, saying he had no, and then oh god, I don't even want to say it, but you know what he said to Terry Lynn about how he likes to blank and blank in his pants. It's just ugh. And Kitty Catty says, did you watch the Mop Crew? Yeah, I did. I did. He did a great job. Like I was laughing because he said that he said he's going to debunk the reenactment in 10 minutes. So I thought it was funny. I was like, oh good, thank God. But what I want to do, I want to put a video together and kind of chop it up and do some comparisons in it. So it's going to take me a little bit longer to get into, and then with this interview I might have to like grab it and see what this whole hickey business is, because that's just when I think that the case can't get any stranger, then they pop off with something like that. And I think that's the point. I feel like it's the point. That's the point. And they're trying to cover their collective behinds, because they both know that they did wrong, and that the Bauer, Papa and Mama Bauer Sox weren't very kind, and Aunt Melissa wasn't very kind. And that's all in my opinion, allegedly, and trigger warning and all that. Yes. Yeah. Well, there's a part 2. See, now I only watched the one. And Dreaming. And this has really turned into a circus. Yeah, Minnie, I know. And I don't understand that either, because it's like, I just don't know why they can't ever tell the truth. I mean, it's not that hard. If you're telling the truth and you're truthful, then what is so hard? Yes, I remember those bruises, and it's so sad too. And you could tell that one was like a bruise that had been healing up, because it was kind of like a brown color. It wasn't like a black and blue color, and then it wasn't like that greenish color that it gets. It was more of like the brown color before it kind of starts going away and turning that green and yellow. Just my opinion. That one on his lip, yeah. Yeah, here, I'll show you guys. Let me take me down for a minute, or let me show you. I go to this one. Let me see here. Oh, here we go. Oh, you know what? I don't think I put that one up. But like, even look by his, like right here, right by his above his lip. And Katie said that was chocolate milk. And she said he lacked self-awareness and he forgot to wipe his mouth before picture day. But then if you look up by his glasses, when you're looking at the screen, it would be on the right, his right eye underneath of there. It looks like he had a shiner at one point. Like it's all a shiner that's healed up now. And so, yeah, I mean, what was that above his lip? Now it's not chocolate milk anymore. It's a hickey. Or like, remember how the other kid got their lip busted on at the table? Exactly. Yes. Faith's daughter had her braces and he backhanded her, and then it cut her mouth up because those braces are really sharp. I've never had the braces. I need them as I'm older, for sure. But like when I was younger, I didn't need them, and it's awful. I'd rather get like an Invisalign because, like, seriously, if you bump your mouth like that, like that metal really can mess up. I've seen people's like lips bleed and everything from it. I mean, and that's how he busted her lip. Yeah, could be same scenario. Exactly. Yeah, it looks like a backhand mark. I mean, really, it does. And who knows how bad it was before that? Because he also looks like he has that little, the shiner. Bernadette, nice to see you, Bernadette. Yep, pull-ups would squash any girlfriend notion real fast. Exactly. Exactly. Like, and especially when his own stepfather is like picking on him for it. That's my opinion too, I mean, I'm sure the first thing Chris would do is try to embarrass him. Seems like he loved doing that. And Kitty Catty says, did you see? Oh, okay. He was mad at SF? Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, I did. He said, my butt, my behind. That's true, Bernadette. Yes. I haven't watched the second one yet. Me neither, Minnie. I was working on it. And now I got another one to watch. I'm like, ah. And Kitty Catty says he came back because SF called him a grifter. Oh, no, he did? Oh, good Lord. Why do people care what other people make? And, first of all, it's none of anybody's business. I thought it was rude to, like, talk about that, but then also I don't like to smoke on camera, guys. I don't know how YouTube feels about that. I shouldn't be a smoker, but this is stressful just thinking about. Oh, the lives have been privated. I'm sure someone recorded it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Dang, that's too bad. I would have loved to have watched it. He was hot and went after him. Yeah, absolutely. I really believe that too. I think that's why they're trying to backtrack now. And it's like, we already know you admitted that you hit him, right? And so then Katie, and then they couldn't even get the story straight on when the one time, air quotes, one time he actually hit him was. And Margaret said, one day CP may be in pull-ups and adult diapers, and then he will feel bad then. Exactly. He sure will feel bad then. And you know what? That's what kind of karma he's got coming for him, making that child sit like that. To me, because even like, I remember when my daughter was little, and then also like I've babysat and stuff, I told you guys, at a certain point, little kids, even when they're like 2 years old, they don't like to be sitting in that wet diaper, and they realize really quickly, like once they start going on the potty chair, that it's much more comfortable not to sit like in a diaper. And yeah, I don't know. To me, in my opinion, from what I can gather on everything in this case, is that he was definitely dealing with some major trauma, and that was the reason why he was regressing and having to wear those pull-ups. And Dreaming says, oh wow, they keep being a nuisance instead of searching for this child. Exactly. And I don't know why they would private that, because hey, if you're proud enough if you're proud enough of those guys to have them on your channel and even give them a link to be up on your channel, then why not show it? Why not leave it up there? But who knows? I don't know what was said either, though. It could have been maybe something where maybe maybe that creator was like, I'm not leaving that up there. That's a bunch of nonsense or something. No, Margaret, I agree. It's not chocolate milk. It's not chocolate milk. And she tried to say it was because she knew people were going to see that picture and be like, what is above his, like, what is on his lip there, right above his little, his mouth. Oh, really? Okay. Sandy says, first time Chris has ever gotten mad. He was furious. Let him have it. I saw it live. Oh my goodness. Okay, so there was some issues that arose there. So that's why they privated it, or he did. Which, that guy's a blunt guy. I was thinking that. I was thinking that myself, or just back to the one that I watched of him, and then I think he was on panel on a couple of things, but I never had watched his channel before. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if anybody grabbed it. And but then again, I don't know. See, then I would be worried about replaying it if he privatized it, because I'm sure he doesn't want it out there then, because then I'd be afraid that he'd like get mad at me for playing it or something like that. And I don't want to replay something that they don't want me to replay, um but I also, like, it's pertaining to the case, so it's like I thought CP stay, or Margaret says I thought CP stays mad. I think he stays mad too. It's like, when is he not? What did Terry say? She said, "You just pop off, don't you?" That's what she told him the one time. I was dying laughing. She goes, "That's okay. You just pop off. You just pop off whenever you get mad." Oh, goodness sakes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, guys. It's just like a hot mess, though, and I wish it would just come to a halt at least. And um, it'd be nice. It would be nice if we could work together on it, and that would be very fantastic. Um, it is Christmas. We can be a little nicer to each other. But Terry, so Margaret Cherry is so hilarious. I love her so much. Every time I hear that interview, it cracks me up because she just eats his breakfast, his lunch, and his dinner, and then she finishes him off for dessert. Ask him if he'll let you just piss us off. I will. I'll try to email and be like, "Do you care if I play it?" But I bet you he'll say no, because well, for one, he might not even respond because he doesn't know me. Um, but yeah, also because, um, yeah, now I'm like super curious. At least I won't be, an unalived kitty cat. So yes, yes, kitty catty. I know you from over there. I know all the lot lizards. Like Margaret and you and Minnie and Freebird was over there and she subscribed. So I'm like, now you're a lot lizard. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a good thing. Um, well, and I like, my opinion is like when Smiley did hers, and she was very good. She was very pointed with her questions, very blunt, but also very sweet. Like when he tried to not answer her question, she still persisted. But what was funny about Terry is that I think at a certain point, and now this is just my opinion. I didn't ask for this or anything. So this is just my opinion strictly. But I think that when she was dealing with him, she was so frustrated at the point that she went live with it. Um, yeah, I don't think there was any like coming back for because he was being so annoying, and then also like just hitting on her, so badly hitting on her, which is something that I'm sure she didn't appreciate, especially because obviously she probably didn't want KP to feel bad or anything like that, and that is her son is missing. And then instead of like doing the right thing, she he decided to go off and start flirting with everybody. And um you know I tried to get Rich and her to search together. Yeah, Kitty Catty. I would have too, um, but I don't think he's as good of a fit for that. But she does need a search dog with her. Absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like she want to slap him. Yeah, I think so. I think she did too. She was like, we can go out in the yard and we can scrap it out in the yard. And I thought that was so hilarious. That was so hilarious. Um, yeah. So it's yeah, that's really interesting. So I guess maybe and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, was it something where like it wasn't expected for him to pop on there, but then he did pop on there or something? He was like, drop that link and everything. Um yeah, he is really far away, Kitty Catty. And then also like I found out that he's kind of not who we thought he was, and so I wouldn't want him to go around her ever. You know what I mean? But yeah, I could probably see, more in private. But I did when I did my live last night, I did kind of explain why he won't be joining on the channel anymore. But I wish him all the best. I wish everybody all the best for real. It's just a situation where mm, we'll just say it wasn't a good fit. But in the beginning of my live from last night, I voiced my opinions. And then if you watch the one from Monday, you'll probably see why I won't invite him back ever again. Because it was like dealing with a mild version of CP. let's just let's just put it that way. It could have gotten to that level. It could have gotten to that level, I think, if I would have continued to allow him to come on the channel, because it was a situation where I thought we were on the same page, but then I realized that like everything I said just went like right over, and he just wanted to do his own thing, and I'm like, that's cool, but do it on your channel. Right? So but yeah, I got like a lot of complaints about Monday. A lot. And so I had to kind of address it and just let everybody that was upset knew. Yeah, no. Yes, Sandy. I just kind of had to let everybody know that like um I didn't like appreciate it, and that it would never happen again, and that I was really sorry because I didn't want to lose anybody to that, like thinking that it wasn't a good place. They didn't want to come over here because of that. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. But like I talked it up to like, sometimes you help people out, and you're just there for that, and that's good. That's a good thing. I like helping people. If it wasn't for Terry, I wouldn't have gone live. You know what I mean? It's so fast and everything, because I was really nervous to do that. Especially because I know it attracts a lot of people, and stuff like that. But yeah, Kitty Catty, that was the thing. It was getting a little bit much. Sometimes people will want to better their situation, but they don't want to better yours. And it was becoming like what I thought was like a win-win business situation became a one-sided thing where like I wasn't able to do my own thing because it was like my time was being monopolized too. So there was a lot of other things too behind the scenes. But like I said, in the same way, I do wish all the best and everything like that. Like but yeah. Yes, definitely. We will. We will. And two, it's just one of those things where, like, I wanted to have different people on too, and it was just one of those things where, yeah, it was just that person wanted to like be on my lives every single day, and that wasn't part of the plan. It was like, I'll help you like grow your channel a little bit and everything, and then we could talk about how Ruby searches. But then it turned into a whole different situation. But you know, yeah, you'll see, like, if you just watch like the Monday one. I'm not gonna say it wasn't entertaining. I'm sure it was entertaining. But it was more or less like him wanting to debate me, but like I was saying things, I don't know. It was like where I was saying something and he would disagree with me, but then he would agree with me at the end, and it was kind of like a gaslighting situation where I was like, we're not doing that ever again. Like, I will never, because I don't want to like just hang up on somebody that's on my panel. I think that's rude, and I don't want to be. But if somebody's being rude to me, so yeah. Well, I've been doing these really long lives too, so I mean, hopefully. But I like structuring them a little bit better. I think I'm doing a little bit better of a job with that. Like, now that I've learned how to like download the clips and stuff like that. Because I need to get a computer, like an actual little laptop, and then I can do more of like the streaming and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a learning curve. I'll tell you that. Like, I didn't know how to do. Sandy was like, "You did good. I knew you would get it," and everything like that. And so I finally learned how to do the clips, and that was cool. But another thing too, I think, like, that I learned as well is that, like, I have to focus on like what I'm doing as well. Like, I can't give somebody all of my time to help them out when I need to also help myself out, if that makes sense. Like, not trying to be like selfish or greedy or anything like that, but it's just that I was kind of letting myself fall through the cracks and not focusing on what I needed to do. And it's weird coordinating times with somebody else as well. It's just different, which I'm not used to that. I'm kind of used to like going on, the beat of my own drum, and I kind of like put my videos out there and I'm working on this video. And then now that I'm going live, I like that because I can talk about more subjects and things like that. So it's yeah, it's a learning curve, but yes, thank you. Thank you, Free Birch. Like, it's your channel. Yeah, exactly. And like, I did have to remind myself of that too. And, you know, yeah, I wish like that was another thing too. I was getting some, negative comments on that. Like, how come, which I understand why people don't want to show their face as much. Cause like, I was nervous about that too. Um, just because like, I didn't want, well, there's a lot of reasons, but I just didn't want people to be like hateful and stuff and focus on, I wanted them to focus on what I had to say, not as much of like how I look or whatever. Um, but Terry really got me like confident about going up and stuff like that. And then once I did, it was really fun. And then Gracie, like, too, I always want her to come up and be able to have an opportunity to come up too, because she's so smart and like she does such a good job on the cases, and she's a lot lizard. And so it's just like it's all great. And I don't know. I kind of enjoy it's not like I wouldn't have another guy on the show, but I just kind of enjoy like um the women's perspective on true crime a lot more than although there's some guy creators out there that I just absolutely love and I watch them all the time. So it's just one of my preferences, but I think I was on Monday's live. I could. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. Sandy, that's so funny because I was asking if people like could tell, cuz like I told you guys I don't have the best poker face. You know what I mean? And so it was like after a while I was just like, "Mhm, yep, okay." You know, because I didn't know what to do other than that. Like, I was like, I'm not going to sit here and full on argue with you about stuff. And then also you're changing what you're saying around. So it's not really like I can even have a healthy conversation or debate. I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was because I kind of told him, hey, we need to simmer down. On the last live that we did together, I was like, we can't be doing that because certain people have strong feelings about things either way, and we just kind of need to be more like objective, subjective about, you know, what we say and stuff like that. And I thought we were on the same page. And then when the Monday came around, I was like, oh, apparently we're not on the same page. And I was going to be like, hey, you've grown at least like 150 people, so that's amazing, you know, and everything. And so we can just go ahead, you can just go live on your, you know, your account, your channel, and whatever. And plus I had a couple people reach out to me that wanted to come up on panel too, so I was like, okay. But then I started getting like a lot of complaints. And then it was to the point where I was like, oh boy, I need to address this, because I could have lost some really good people. And I just wanted them to know that I don't want to run my lives like that. Like when I have people on the panel, I want good, constructive conversation. If people are going to debate, they need to speak and then let the other person speak. They cannot talk over each other, be rude. At one point, it was said, like, I can't believe she's still talking, under his breath. I had to rewatch the live. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, I don't rewatch my lives, okay? Because I would be sitting there writing stuff down, like, don't say, you know, because I do that kind of, you know, is another one that I like to say, which is good. That I should probably do that to get a little bit better at the craft of, you know, speaking and everything. But I don't like to watch my lives, because then I'm like, because I'm my biggest critic, right? And so but when I was sitting there watching it, like some of the things that was going on, like the laughing, the disrespect, I'm like, if I let him back on my channel, I'm basically telling everybody on YouTube that I'm a doormat, right? That's what I would tell people if I allowed that. And shame on me for allowing it twice, really. And that's why I wanted to apologize, because the first time I allowed it, it was people were a little upset, and I can tell. And I didn't like it because it was too much yelling and too much energy. And I really chalked it up to being passionate about the case. Because I know I am. I mean, there's going to be some times where I'll probably get on here and rant, and you guys are going to be like, whoa, what's this Lady Freedom today? She's got to, you know, stick up her butt or whatever. But yeah, it came down to the point where it was like very, like when I watched it back, that was very eye opening. You know what I mean? And thank you, Sandy. Yeah, and that's why it's so funny that you can tell. I was trying to like hide it and just like be where I was like, we'll just wait till it's over and I'm definitely going to have a conversation. But then you know, as I was getting more feedback and stuff like that, I was like, oh, okay, I need to at least let people know that that won't happen again. And yeah, that we're going to have other people on that is you know, that want to be on and stuff like that. And so, and also you know, it's just one of those things where, you know, it's good. At least he was able to grow a little bit from it, and that's great. You know what I mean? That was my goal anyway, was with helping. And by the way, I did not go to him at all and ask him to come up. He contacted me through email and, you know, was like, I just need to go live because I can't on my channel, and I would, you know, I was just really hoping that you would be able to help me out. Is that okay? And all of this. And I was like, sure, of course I'll help you, you know, no problem. Because we were talking and stuff. But then it just became something where it was a constant. Are you going live? What time are you going live? Are you going to go in the morning? Are you going to go at night? If I went in the morning, he wanted me to go at night. And it was just like exhausting. I was like, I can't do that. And plus I didn't have time to work on my videos and what I wanted to do. So and then also he didn't like only talking about Sebastian. He wanted to talk about other cases, which is totally cool, but do it on your channel. You know what I mean? To me, like, Sebastian's the most important. He's the first case that I started with in true crime. And so I'm going to finish out speaking about him until he's found. And there's so much information that's coming out. And so I don't know what the goal was there. But yeah, nobody's gonna. Here's my biggest thing. I was in an abusive relationship for a long time. You guys know that if you followed me and stuff like that. And when I get those feelings again, and like I feel like somebody's trying to control me, like that's the worst thing. I feel like I'm being suffocated. My spidey senses are tingling. I don't feel good about it. And so I always just try to follow that gut instinct. And so there were a lot of things that led up to my decision. And, you know, just I couldn't allow that. And like I said, if I let him back on, like everybody on YouTube would be like, well, if you go on Lady Freedom's panel, you basically have free reign to say and do whatever you want. He also used like very some bad words, and I didn't hear him doing it while I was live, but when I watched it back, I realized it, and I almost privatized the video. That's how bad it was. And I don't know if he was trying to get me demonetized, but it didn't work because it was monetized by that video. And so everything that he was trying to do, whatever he was trying to do, didn't work. So that's a good thing, you know. But yeah, like, you know, we have to use those different words, which it's hard to get used to using that, like especially when we're used to using just regular words like grape or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, to me, I don't think about adding the G to it, you know? So I understand those things are going to slip out from time to time. But, yeah, Sandy, I agree. Like, I think that he had a lot to bring to the table. And like I said, I thought the win-win would be, you know, because any kind of relationship, you know, business relationship, especially, you want it to be that win-win where it's like, I'm going to help you out. You're going to help me out. It's going to be a good team effort. We're going to put on a good live and everybody's going to have a good time. And, you know, I really was excited about Ruby because, she's a search dog from all accounts and all, you know, that sort of thing. But in the same way, it was more like, I think the benefit was greater on his side of the aisle, which is fine. You know, especially like it would have been fine if we probably would have had those, probably all the lives probably up until that the last two lives were the ones that were the major issues where I was getting negative feedback, people leaving the channel for one, which I was like, oh, okay, well, what happened? Because that doesn't happen like where all of a sudden 7 people are gone, you know. And like, to me, that was like, oh, what happened there? You know what I mean? Because not necessarily just because like, oh, I want a whole bunch of people, so, you know, in the community as a subscriber, but in the same way, there had to have been something that happened, right? Something was said, something wasn't, people didn't like something. Yeah, Sandy, Ruby's so cute. She's so cute. But yeah, and that's what I believe too, many, that something, yeah, it was just a greater benefit on that side of the aisle, which you know, is that was what the goal was, obviously, because whenever he had asked me if he could come on. But then again, I thought it would be like a once a week thing, like where it would be like, hey, we have a special guest tonight. But then it was like more like guilting me and pressuring me to go live, and let him, yeah, on all the time. And then I don't know if he wanted to turn it into his show, but that's not how I roll, because I used to be a doormat, right? I used to allow people to treat me like crap, and I don't let people treat me like crap anymore. You know what I mean? I don't feel bad about speaking up for myself, standing up for myself. And if it was a situation where somebody sent him over to do that to me, or if he did it on his own free will, whichever one it was, I just want them all to know that it ain't gonna happen over here, because this is my little world and my little community. And you know, you guys are all my friends from, well, a lot of you guys are my friends from Terry's. So that's why, yeah, exactly, boundaries. Exactly. Minnie, that's so true. And so, yeah, that's why I wanted, whatever happened, I wanted everyone to know that that's never going to happen again. Because I felt so bad. And like I said, and there might be some people out there that didn't, like, that didn't want to say anything, you know what I mean? And that's what kind of like hurt my heart was that like there were people out there that were feeling a certain type of way, and they just felt like they were going to step away instead of like coming and just like emailing me. So just so you guys know, if that ever happens where you guys feel a certain type of way about a guest or something like that, like definitely email me and let me know, because I don't want anybody to feel bad ever. I want this to be like a good place, even though a lot of it is going to be you know, some grim subject matter, some sad things that we talk about, but really it's about the kids that are missing. And I felt like that was completely lost on Monday, and I didn't like that. It became not about Sebastian anymore, and it became all about the other person who was on my panel. And to me, I didn't appreciate that, because um it's all about the missing kids, especially Sebastian. And that's one thing that I've made sure, um you know, because I even tell you guys, I'm going to, you know, follow other cases. As a matter of fact, I had someone send me today, Tabitha Tutors, and I posted her on my community wall. And she has been missing since 2003, I believe. I have a picture of her, you guys. I'll show you. And they did an age progression on her. Well, they've done several age progressions, but she's also from Tennessee. And she was just such a little cutie pie. Like, her little face is so cute, I think. That's Tabitha Danielle Tudor. And she's born February 15th, 1990. Sandy blonde hair, 5'1", at the time of her disappearance. She's female, obviously. Now, the FBI does have a reward for her that is still active, I'm guessing. It was up to $50,000 for information leading to the recovery of Tabitha Tutors and the prosecution of the persons responsible for her disappearance. And she is Nashville native of Tennessee, blue eyes. She was 100 pounds when she went missing, and she's Caucasian. Tutors has a birthmark on her tummy and a scar on her finger, and both of her ears are pierced. See, and those are the things that I would have liked to have seen on Sebastian's. Like, give us some identifying factors, right? He's got that cute little dimple. We all see it right on his face. But then also, like, he's got the moles here on his side of his neck. Those are good identifiers. But yeah, she was last seen early on the morning of April 29th, 2003 at her residence in Nashville, Tennessee. She left the house on her way to board the bus, but never got on the bus and did not arrive at school. She had not been seen nor heard from since this time. If you have any information concerning this person, please contact our local FBI office or the nearest American embassy or consulate. So I don't know. Maybe they think that she possibly like left the country. I know, Freebird. I know. What's up with all the missing in Tennessee? And then they slang around like the rewards and stuff, which is kind of crazy too. But that was the one age progression, and then this one kind of shows the area, but like that's the other age progression, and I think they're both really, really good. But excuse me, guys, I had to cough a little bit. And then here's another age progression. I mean, they've done like 6 age progressions on this little girl. Well, she's a woman now. But there's another one of what she may look like. This one's aged to 24 years. I knew it kind of said that on there. But she's just a cutie pie. She's just a cutie pie. And, you know, it sounds like somebody might have taken her on the way to her bus or something like that, which is that's awful. It's completely awful. And then we also have that Angela German lady. So she's wanted for questioning in little Joshie McCoy, his case. He was the little one that was found with no clothes on, only his little cell phone that he used because he was nonverbal autistic. That's his mom, Angela German. They can't find her. There were hypodermic needles. There were prescription rug bottles all over the house. The house was in very bad shape. He was found 1.6 miles away from his home, and he also didn't have any indicators that he had walked out there by himself. But the medical examiner came out and ruled his unaliving as hypothermia, but they're still waiting for the toxicology report, and then they also haven't been able to locate his mom. Let me see. Let's see if we can find any updates. Oh, see, that was 8 days ago. It doesn't look like there are any updates. And that's a different Angela German. But yeah, like in those pictures, she looks pretty healthy. I don't know if she's actually like, if she does look like that healthy anymore. I don't know if she's kind of on rugs and, but they can't seem to find her. It didn't say that they think that she left or anything, because I was asking Gracie last night, because this is one of her cases. And to my knowledge, they haven't caught her or anything like that. Like they're still looking for her, actively looking for her. And but yeah, it's a sad situation. I really hope they get justice. And this is a little lizard that I saw at the pool the other day. So I took a picture. I sent that one to Terry. I was like, look what I saw. When it gets really warm, there's like little lizards everywhere around here, like everywhere. So it's kind of funny. And then I'm still working on a little bit with this whole green hoodie guy, because I know they like debunked it and everything, but I don't know. That still looks like a guy to me. So I was working on a little bit. Freebird sent me a couple little things that I was working on. But yeah, it's. And then here for you, the ones that didn't see this post, this was from Chris Proudfoot, and he posted that to his Facebook. And that was about the time that the videos from the Roadhouse came out, or the videos from the Texas Roadhouse came out. I'm trying to read off and see. I know I had. Oh, that's what I wanted to show you guys. Let me see. There we go. Hold on, let me take my phone off here. So this was from Justin's channel, and there's Justin, credit to him. And I screen grabbed it, and basically it is kind of showing that it's showing the Proudfeet's court date. Well, it's Chris's, and boy, oh boy, that is so hard for me to read. Hold on, let's see. Let me see here if I could do this. Just one second, guys, because I thought I had it sent over to my other phone, but I wanted to pop it up on the screen so you guys could see it really good. And I guess it didn't send it over. It must not have. Because I can't read the little teeny tiny dates. Let me try to do this. I'll take a picture. But either way, that's kind of the what Justin was showing on his live. And I thought that was really interesting because, oh, there we go. I can take a picture of it. I could probably blow it up. There we go. All right, just 1 second. And it was kind of showing like what was going on at that time in terms of the family court system. And let me blow this up a little bit. Oh crud, I can't see that. I can't see that. All right, let me see if I can go over. They just had like a lot of stuff going on at that time. A little bit too much stuff going on at that time. And let's see. And that's basically like the court records. I know that JLR got them, and then he was talking about them. And I played that clip. But oh, I'm connected to the internet on this. I don't know why. Why don't you want to work, YouTube? All right, hold on 1 second, guys. Shay Safe Place did a really good job on a video today. There was someone called The Vault on there that did a really, really good job. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I guess Justin is on again, and he is talking about the elevated truth stuff. A lot to me. That means. Oh no, that was before that. Just missed this. I remember. But I will let you know. And Katie. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure I got the screen grab just today. Yeah, because I was putting makeup on and stuff, and then I saw that he was live, so I went over. Oh, this is another weird thing, really quick, guys, that I could share with you now. It was a message from Terry Bowersox, and it was a question that was asked, but what he replies back is, I cannot say for sure. He didn't live with us. He is our grandson, so visited us as often as the kids come by. He is a child with a child's interests, fun and attention, first thing, and then another. His attention span depended on how many squirrels are in the room. So I guess what he's trying to say, this is just my interpretation, but I guess what he's trying to say is that Sebastian didn't have a very long attention span, and depending on how many uh, distractions were in the room, he would, jump from thing to thing, which, I mean, I can be like that too sometimes. I kind of get easily distracted, especially if there's like something, if there's a lot going on in a certain area. Yeah, I don't know, Sandy. I don't know if that's like an ADD joke. I don't know, because you know how like when people are like squirrel, and then they like turn their head because they like it's a distraction, or they get distracted easily. Um, oh, okay. Thank you, Minnie. Yeah, not much reported on the missing Montana teenager. Like the kid in the mall video I sent you. Exactly, Freebird. That is so true. That is so true. Like, that's the thing. I mean, that poor, I don't know. The poor kid is like, there's so much but see, to me, that wouldn't be like, I guess it kind of would be. I didn't take it very, like, I didn't take it as very, like a mean statement. I think it would have been nicer put that if there's a lot of stimulation in the room, then he is going to have a hard time focusing on one thing or another. But they don't give him any type of like grace or anything, which that's what really upsets me, because I wish they would say it nicer and just be like, well, due to his autism, or because he has autism, he's on the spectrum or whatever. That's why it's hard for him to focus when there's like so much going on. But I feel like I'm like that too sometimes, because I feel like there's a bunch of people talking in the room. It can be kind of overwhelming for anybody, I think. So it would be extra, like the kiddo in the video had a hard time in the mall because there's so much going on, noises, things to see, probably smells going, things like that. It's just a whole bunch of information coming in. And that's when, I just don't understand why people, especially like people that have been following this case, they've learned those kinds of words and things like overstimulated and that sort of thing. Like, how come Terry Bowersox couldn't catch on that quickly? I mean, that was his grandson for what, like 7 years, 6 years? TB is a smart. Yes, he is. He is. And like, it's fine. It's fine if you're gonna, um, be a smarty pants, but I feel like he should, I feel like he should give Sebastian more, just more grace, and just more care, I guess, too, is a big one for me, because I don't feel like he was shown very much care or compassion. And also, I feel like, or I've heard a lot of that too, that he was like kind of teased by that side of the family, and I don't like to hear that, because I don't think people should be teased for things they can't help. Or even if you can help it, it's just you don't really, like, to me, teasing is kind of in good fun. Like when you tease your friend about something, you know what I mean? It's kind of in good fun, and both people are laughing, and nobody's going to take hard feelings towards it. But when it's your grandparents doing that kind of stuff to you, and it's the adults in your life, your aunt, your mother, your stepfather, that can really affect you, like, internally and stuff like that. So I don't know. I just really feel like like Sebastian was dealing with an uphill battle. And then with this court document, I don't know what line it is because it's so small, but you guys can see all the dates on there and everything, and kind of read through and kind of see that. I'm still looking for it in Justin's, but and kind of see that these things are adding up. You know what I mean? It was a 6-year court battle, family court, back and forth with Nina and little FP, and they were just going at it back and forth, back and forth. And then all of a sudden, because Sebastian was going to allegedly testify in court as to, and basically what they do with little kids in family court typically is they'll take them back in the chambers. It's not like they're going to put them on the stand and scare the daylights out of them or anything, or make them real nervous. But yeah, same here, Sandy. They are a bunch of bullies. But they're gonna take them in the back in the chambers, and they're gonna just have a talk with them. They're gonna be like, so, how's home life? What do you think? Just basic little questions. Nothing to threaten them or make them feel like they're telling on their parents. Because that's not what the goal usually is. I don't think that family court system handles things as they like they should most of the time, but I do think that they try when they can, but they know that it's not in the best interest of the child to get them in a position where they feel like they have to tell on their parents, because every kid grows up that you respect your parents, and all that good jazz and everything like that. But I just really feel like that they were going to just speak to Sebastian, and he wasn't afraid, and he could articulate himself just fine to tell, like, hey, this was happening to me. Just because nobody listened to him doesn't mean he wasn't telling people what was going on. And then when I look at this picture, his eyes tell everything. His eyes say it all. And I don't believe he had trouble telling anybody that he was being hurt. I think that he wanted to tell. I think he did tell. And I just think that he fell through the cracks of a broken system. And that's what's really sad and really unfortunate, because, oh, here we go. Oh, good to see I wasn't the only one that had to blow it up. Yes, Freebird, a very haunted look. Absolutely. And it's like, he definitely didn't deserve what happened. He didn't deserve what happened at all. Not in the slightest. No kid deserves to be treated that way, ever, 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 ever. And I think I told you guys before too, I noticed that, like, whenever I was looking over and kind of checking out Kathy's Facebook, I just went over there, took a little gander, and she had pictures, like, of just, I mean, there weren't even any pictures of Chris, so we'll just put that out there. But she only had pictures of, like, her daughter and her daughter's kiddos, which I don't want to show anybody's kids, really, you know what I mean, like, in that regard. But there were no pictures of Sebastian, and I noticed that right off the bat. I know, Freebird, it breaks my heart too, because especially when you see him in pictures like this one right here, where he's just, I mean, he's got the cutest smile, and he looks happy, you know what I mean? He looks so happy right there. And then you look at the contrary, And it's like, I don't know. I would love to make him smile like that all the time. And I'm not his mom. I'm not his aunt. You know, I didn't even know him. But seeing him smile like he is in the orange shirt is, in my opinion, so much better than seeing that little face on him. It's haunting. You're absolutely right. That's an excellent way to describe it. Yeah, Sandy, it is. It's just, it's crazy. It's just crazy. And I don't know what it is in some people that they like to intimidate other people or make them feel bad or scare the daylights out of them. Some people just have that. It's like they're sick. It's like they're really sick. But basically, what I was getting at with these dates and stuff like that, it was just progressively getting worse and worse. And if you're looking at like even 2024, you know, Nina was done playing with him. I think she didn't want to play no more. She was telling him like, look, this is what's going to happen. Well, I'm going to go ahead and do this. And she filed for, let's see, she filed for that motion. And they were supposed to have done like a Zoom call for this because, of course, Nina lives all the way out in Albuquerque. And on 2/28/24, you see that there's a witness list, right? So apparently that was when Sebastian was set to speak with the judge. And I don't know how that would work if they were doing it on the Zoom. I forgot about that. So I'm guessing maybe they would ask him to go into a separate room. I don't know. I don't see how he could give an accurate response to the judge if they're like hovering over him. But they did motion to continue it, of course, on February 29th, 2024. Motion for temporary custody of a minor. Yeah. And the weird thing is that I just don't understand why Chris would try to take his daughter away from Nina. I mean, I could see if she was like she had problems with rugs, or if she was you know, a bad mama, like she like hurt him, or excuse me, hurt Faith or something like that. I could totally see that. But the only thing that I can think of is that he was just trying to like win over her. And yeah, that was just I don't know. Yeah, because when you see Nina, and I've saw her on a couple different occasions where yeah, you know what, Sandy, you're right too. Yeah, Mama Socks wanted that baby girl. And I don't know, you know, obviously she's a beautiful child. I mean, no doubt about it. But, well, and that's another thing too, Sandy, that's interesting that you brought that up, because like if that was the case, that's the first thing that Nina needed to do. When I heard that she was Native American, that's the first thing that you need to be doing, because they have rights over the family court system. As a matter of fact, that's what Nina needs to be doing, is getting that stuff over to the tribe. And because they can't, they lose jurisdiction, let's just put it that way. because it goes straight to the tribe. And so that's what they need. They really need to be doing that. They really, really, really need to be doing that. And that's for her own benefit, you know, to go over to that house and feel uncomfortable. I don't know, you know, I hope she did. Yeah, Freebird. Yeah, it's like, and they'll even ask you in family court, like they did me when I went through family court. They asked if anybody was, you know, of Native American descent, because that does trump the family court, and she should be able to do that. And I'm wondering if that's why CP got upset about it whenever she was saying that he didn't like the fact that she was Native, but Proudfoot sounds like a Native American name to me, and I'm not trying to be like, you know, ignorant about it or anything like that, but I thought he was Native in part. So, and because of the last name, but then she said that and I was like, well, that doesn't make any sense. But, you know, I don't know. I didn't know if there was like a reason or what. I didn't understand it. The tribe might be able to protect her, exactly, Freebird. And that was why I never understood why she didn't go that route. And because surely she knows about that. But yeah, that and maybe in New Mexico it's not that way, but I know it definitely was when I got divorced. That they were asking, they, you know, that's why they were asking that question, is so that way it could be moved over to the tribe and stuff like that, which I don't see any like tribes taking away babies from their mama, you know, unless it was like an extreme circumstance where they felt like that child was in danger. But it reminded me of like those old Cops episodes where like the guy would be trying to get over to the reservation as fast as he could, and the cop would be like trying to catch him, but the minute that he hit the reservation, that they lost jurisdiction. And so it's kind of like that. So I don't know why she's never done that before, which might be a good option for her. And I'm glad you brought that up, Sandy, because yeah, that might have a lot to do with it too, that she's got benefits coming her way. I kind of thought that could have been a motive, you know, in Sebastian's case, like the fact that they didn't want to have to pay like a child support to Seth, you know, or something like that. But I don't know. I'm leaning more toward this whole situation of faith. Yeah, just the whole situation of faith possibly staying with Nina full time and them not wanting to give him custody of her at all because of what Sebastian had to say about what was going on in the home. So that's something that's pretty interesting. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to grab a tea really quick. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. But yeah, so that's really interesting and something to explore. Definitely. You know, my heart goes out to Nina. I don't think anybody should threaten to take kids away from people unless it's something that's like completely in the best interest of the child. And to me, losing one or the other parent is never in the best interest of the child, unless it's extreme. So, bye, Sandy. Thank you so much for coming by. Like, seriously, you always are just amazing and very much appreciated. but yeah, I probably need to go too really soon because I want to go ahead and okay, you're turning into a free bird. Oh well, that's my cue too, guys. That's my cue too. But yeah, I'm gonna work on some things. I want to get off a little bit earlier, that way I can work on some things. I want to get those videos together, and then maybe I can find some clips. I'll try to go over and see if I can't see if Justin's live and go watch his. So thank you, Sandy. You guys are always great. I love you all so much. You guys are so awesome. You guys always make me laugh, and you guys always bring such intelligent conversation in here. I'm just so glad that we don't have like a whole bunch of trolls in here and stuff like that. It's always so nice. I know I shouldn't probably speak so soon, but I'm knocked on wood. And but yeah, here I will go ahead and let's see here. There we go. Night, Sandy. Good night. Good night. Good night, Margaret. Good night. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna we'll do a Friday night. It is Friday tomorrow, ain't it? Yeah, Friday night live. I might wear like a Christmas sweater tomorrow or something fun. I don't know. Maybe I'll wait till Saturday. I haven't figured it out. But thank you all so much for being here. You guys are amazing. Margaret, you have sweet dreams, my friend. Sweet dreams. And yeah, I'm gonna look a little bit. I want to look. Sandy, you got me thinking about that tribal thing now. Now you got my wheels spinning. I'm gonna look that up and see what I can't find on it. You all have a wonderful night, though, and I will talk to you very, very soon. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone. And let's all say prayers that Sebastian's found safe.